Clips.
And remember, citizens, always subscribe. Hit the notification bell as well. And $19.95 plus shipping and handling will keep you out of hell.
Help! Oh shit! Help! Oh shit! Help! That should be sorted. Morning, folks. Feeling a bit sensitive this morning, so we'll do a quick one. News roundup. And I'm going to do the opposite of welcome to today's daily PoliTITS. If you like politics, but sick of the tits, well, get your fix from Daily PoliTITS. So, in the morning, Doberman, took the dumbs out yet. Just watching the Lapfall parade. Excuse me, man. Some cunt gave me for. I know, man. Don't watch Taxi Driver. Don't watch Taxi Driver while we're drunk. It's bad for your health. Your health is fine, but it's bad for your haircuts. Tam asking, saying, am I getting the new Scotland top? Apart from this, which is like, what do you call it? Primark hat. Made by a fucking Bangladeshi cunt, no doubt. Anyway, the short answer is no. Maybe if I had the dough and I was stupid, I would get the Scotland shirt, because it's actually quite fucking smart, to be honest. Yeah, but no, this is Primark fucking Bangladeshi tat. Like my haircut, but was it done? Was it done by a Bangladeshi? Unless he sneaked in. Tickling my boys while I was like pulling the plaster off. Mate, if you can get me a cheap one for Turkey, hook me up. If you can get me a cheap Scotland top for Turkey, I'll be all in. I'm no offer. Let's fund the football team through the football tops. I seen John McGinn fucking. Jeez, did anybody catch John McGinn doing the wee fucking lederhosen fucking dance? If he wasn't a Fenian, man, he'd be fucking the business. Fucking John McGinn, almost perfect. Apart from his totty picking munching ways. But nobody's perfect. It's GG in the morning. Chuck Liddell coming live from Chuck. Pretty sure that's funny somehow, mate. It's lost on me. We love tatty picking. Oh man. Definitely woke up still half drunk. I say woke up still half drunk. I've been up since fucking 6:30. Woke half drunk. Yeah. But I was going to reminisce of my tatty picking ways when I was a kid. The hangover from World War II, my granddad used to grow totties. So I've been a tatty picker. Never wore fucking the green shite. But I've picked a tatty or two. Shouldn't be joking about this stuff, man. People died in that fucking potato famine. Shouldn't be joking about that shit. It's no funny. It's no big. It's no clever. And I've got potatoes all around. I'll be supporting Germany. Oh, come on, the fuck, no man, you're not going to be fucking real Scott Tanya. Come the. Do you know? I'm going to put money on Scotland winning the Germany game. I know it won't happen, right? I'm pretty sure if I was betting with the odds, if I was betting with my head, I wouldn't put money on them. But I'm going to put money on Scotland to beat the fucking and Nazi fucks. And of course, for the purpose the next month, Nazi fucks. It's childlike. I know. I love being childlike. Especially when it comes to, like, smelly bastards, like the Germans. Anyway, right, let's go and have a wee shift the news. Get away from the football. So, the purpose, premise, concept of this is go around as many English speaking, talking, whole news outlets as I can. Compare notes. It's very, very simple. It's a good way to compare the wares. So,
people who you lecture, your worry, you said earlier, is that there will be opportunity for them, particularly in the digital sector. Is there any party that's standing out to you at the moment in that regard?
Dead dude in the rock?
Not just yet. Still undecided. I think it's an exciting time, particularly in Somerset. There's lots going on. It's a wonderful place to live. Lots of good opportunities, but kind of 2/3 of businesses say they.
We have here is a problem where, having rushed into this decision without bringing his cabinet with him, remembering that he went to the.
Big bit stupid about how to get to the top of the hour news. Hold on. Boop, 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 ding, boop, boop. In the room with a dum 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 dum.
Live from London, this is BBC News. The Conservatives promised to cut a further 2 pence from national insurance as they prepare to launch.
Hold on. Have they been reading my tickety talks? Have they been watching my Jupiter tubes? Gold bars for everybody! The gold bars are on me. I'm like the Milky Bar kid. Apart from fucking shitting out gold bars. Yes, you may be sceptical about me promising you gold bars. Couple of weeks, in fact, 2 weeks before an election. You may ask, why did I not ship these gold bars out earlier? And I have no answers. But here, look, here's Roland Rat in the fucking tumble dryer. Little Roland Rat. Because I think the puppet Roland Rat fucking was actually a wee bit bigger than this cunt. Seriously, man, like, have you ever seen a politician with a noose round their neck so much?
Launch their election
manifesto. But for JFK when he fucked off the mafia.
And I'm here at Silverstone, where Rishi Sunak is hoping that the full details of his policy plans will help his campaign turn a corner.
DJ Tam GG.
Labour says the plans are desperate as the party pledges to improve children's access to dentists. In other news, America's top diplomat urges Hamas to accept an Israeli-backed ceasefire proposal after the UN Security Council approves the plan to end the war in Gaza.
Oh, sorry, that's my bad. That's me. I must have clicked on the BBC News for like a month ago. A week ago. A month and a half ago. 2 months ago. 5 years ago. 10 years ago. 15 years ago. Fuck knows. That is almost like you could pluck. In fact, I'm pretty sure there's fucking clever algorithms out there that would be able to fucking search that shit. and pluck out every time that something has been said about Israel fucking committing genocide, ethnic cleansing. I remember the day when like calling it a genocide would get your YouTube channel shut down. Now the YouTube channel, now the genocide shit is fucking on the table. It's up for debate, and it's like right, ethnic cleansing. What's that? Come on, man, they've upped their game. Who wants to talk about fucking ethnic cleansing when we've got genocide on the table? Wait, talking about genocide.
And Apple teams up with ChatGPT to bring AI to its devices with what it calls Apple Intelligence.
Yeah, I went for the full mohawk. I think that's her name.
Hello, I'm Marianne Mashiri. A very warm welcome to BBC News Today. The Conservatives are launching their election manifesto later this morning with a promise to cut a further 2 pence from national insurance. The Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, said another Tory government would allow you to keep more of the money you earn. Well, you can see the manifesto launch live here on BBC News at around 11.
I think last time I shaved a Hitler. I think the last time I shaved a Hitler tash on my head, I lost a TikTok.
30 this morning.
I'm
well, Labour, who unveiled their manifesto later this week, called the National Insurance Plan the most expensive panic attack in history.
Suggestible.
Labour will today launch plans to cut dentists' waiting lists for children. Meanwhile, the Liberal Democrats, who launched their manifesto yesterday,
the gold bars are on me, motherfucker.
GP fund. Now, let's start with that Conservative manifesto launch.
Yeah, gold bars. Yeah, my manifesto.
Insurance. Here's our political correspondent, Hannah May.
Three pot noodles. I've nailed it. I've got the best manifesto. I think I've scribbled it. In fact, I didn't scribble it down. I wrote it down in my very intensive documentation pad. Right. Play Store, iPhone, documents, vouchers for the 11 to 16 year olds. Because we need to lower the age of everything. Lower the age so we can fuck the kids up for day on, man. We want to be able to, we want to have a dog in the fight to screw away kids' nuts straight out the womb. Straight out the womb. You want to, like, I think, you know that wee fucking, as soon as your Wayne's born, there's some fucking bitch in a fucking costume bounce up like that. I think what's it they call it? I think it's a vitamin D or something, man. It's a wee brown fucking looking motherfucking thing in your lap. You're because you just seen a human being come out of a vagina. You're like, fucking hell, man. That is some crazy ass shit. Next thing you know, somebody in a uniform's bound something like that. And I can't even remember what they dress it up in some good shit anyway. So my idea is a wee placard, a wee kit for dictator for life, dictator kit for life flag straight in the hand. They don't even know how to fucking hold things. In fact, boom, plaster right in the head. Right, that's what I want to do. I want to start plastering those newborn kids. Plaster right on the fucking forenapper. They don't even know how to remove it. Right, and then and we'll sell it to the parents with like, here, this plaster comes with vitamin D plus K2Y jelly. So
hoping for a warm welcome as Rishi Sunak prepares to set out his party's plans for another 5 years in government. On the eve of his manifesto launch.
I'm sorry, man, right? See if I want some guy to fucking make me want to fucking kill fucking some Russian motherfucker in a trench. He's got to be bigger than Roland Rat. Look at this. He's fuck knows how Napoleon done it, right? Napoleon killed fucking thousands with his fucking mastermind. What's this wee fucking rat then? Anyway, I digress. National insurance cut. That's right, folks. See the national insurance shit? What do you think that is? What do you pay national insurance for? Oh, well, I pay NI for... That's right, folks. Your NI's paying for fucking plasters for fucking Ukrainians. Your NI is paying for anything and everything the government deems fit. Your NI isn't there to insure you nationally.
Last night, the Prime Minister hinted at tax cuts to come.
We will have a manifesto that builds on all the things that you've just gone through, that we've already announced in this campaign, that yes, does continue to cut people's taxes, because I believe in a country where people's hard work is rewarded.
After cutting national insurance...
I believe in a world where my leader, if I wanted to declare one, which I don't, by the way, but if I had to, man, wouldn't it be like a little fucking little wee poof like this? In all seriousness, right? You want your leader to be able to fucking like Nigel Farage would be able to like, at least like be some kind of backhander or something. What would this cunt do? What would this cunt do? Storm out in a huffy puffy, get his wee boyfriend to fucking get his puppet master. Because he's Roland Rat. Right, anyway. 2p. This is the nit and gritty of it. 2 pence! Fucking slave! Shut the fuck up. It doesn't matter what about the fucking you witness on your street. 2 pence in the national insurance. You know what? I'll let the piss. I'll let the drivel and the pish talk for itself. I really will.
Last autumn and in the spring, the manifesto will promise to cut it by a further 2 pence.
Right, mate, you need to be like Nigel Farage. You need to be sitting down the boozer, scratching your balls with a pint and a fucking vape or a... Yeah. There's something that fucking, man, the politicians haven't got yet. Get a vape. Sitting on that. Yeah, I agree with fucking legalising cannabis. I know I look like Roland Rat. But what's the matter with that?
Employees.
They have 2 pence in national insurance, show. This is really important.
Will not be taxed and make permanent an existing cut to stamp duty for first-time buyers.
Yeah, your state pension won't be taxed. Also, yeah, like I've wrote it down. It's real. My manifesto for 55 year olds, 55 plus year olds. 1 free Dignitas. So you wouldn't need... See all this shit about the pension? No need. We'll help you get a bullet in your head. Oh, hold on. There's definitely a fucking poster there. No need. We'll put a bullet in your head. Dignitas. Oh man, I told you I was a marketing genius. That thing, genius. No need. Dignitas. Bullet in your head. No need. Bullet in your head. Dignitas. Man, it's like a fucking 15-20 second fucking... Don't steal that. If you steal that and sell that to Dignitas, I'm going to get some sort of lawyer onto it because this is copyright shit. Anyway, sorry, let's get back to some real news.
As well as promising that parents will
Look
only
at that
have
guy's
to start
face.
paying back child benefit when their household income...
I swear to God, look at that guy's face. That's the face of a man who obviously hasn't had fucking... What the fuck? That's the face of a whip. Look at his state in it. I'm sitting here rocking this fucking haircut. DIY fucking taxi driver mohawk. And yet, I still got the balls to point at that cunt's fucking face and go, what is that? What is that? What is that? Can you see what it is yet? It's like Rolf Harris just came on a fucking bit of plexiglass and smeared it around. What is that? What? Not my haircut. I know what that is. What is his face? Oh no, that's backlogs. I thought it said bollocks. What the? No. Right. All joking aside, how the fuck can the public trust somebody that isn't even confident in their own skin? Do you know what I mean? Like, how can the public accept a melted welly boot face? Whether it be for the left, whether it be for the right, just this dude's a fucking dead corpse walking as well. Anyway, I'm sorry. 2 pence and shit.
Which is £120,000. The manifesto will also contain pledges to raise defence spending, reform the welfare system, and double down on plans to send asylum seekers.
Hold on, what's the name of it? Gold bars for everybody. Oh, fuck's sake. Do you know what? I did the rewind. I did the... I just know that there's gold bars for everyone. You like gold bars? Listen to politicians' manifestos, because you know what? Gold bars for everything.
To Rwanda. Labour say it all amounts to a desperate wish list from what they call a desperate Prime Minister.
After 14 years of the Tories, the money is not there. So no matter what promise Rishi Sunak makes in his manifesto in the coming days, he's not able to deliver on any of them because he cannot explain where the money is coming from.
The Prime Minister will be hoping today is a day to win not just attention, but votes as well, as he tries to turn his party's fortunes around after a rocky few days. Hannah Miller, BBC News.
Well, let's
so how you doing?
Political correspondent Henry
Just tune in for the fucking haircut.
Racetrack. And Henry, you're inside now, I think, aren't you?
Oh, it's chewing gum teeth.
I am. Just
No offence to us Brits with shit teeth.
Around me, some of the preparations getting ready for Rishi
Sunak's
really launch.
Absolutely, yes. They'll be preparing ahead of what's happening in, I think, about an hour and a half's time. So, Henry, look, you know, the Conservatives promising a further 2p cut on employee national insurance, but we've been here before, haven't we, with cuts in employee national insurance from the Tories. Has it made a major difference before to the way people perceive them, and do they really think people are going to focus on it this time?
The BBC are really doing bad when they get some countries.
Well, you're right to say we've been here before. I mean, it's extraordinary how repetitive
he
this
ticks
now
all the
is.
boxes apart for the
Conservatives have cut
visual
national
shit.
insurance, the employee rate by 2 pence twice in the last year, and they are now saying that if they would win the
I'm
general
on
election, they'd
YouTube's
do it
my
a third
editorial
time. So
fucking
over the sweep
stances.
of that period of national insurance tax cuts,
I don't need to worry about my
the
chewing
main
gum teeth.
employee rate from 12 pence to
Look
6
how
i.e.
small
half it.
he
I think
looks.
in anyone's books, that's quite
You
significant.
need to employ
But you're right
smaller
to
people
ask
to make him
whether
look
that
bigger.
appears so far to have shifted perceptions of the Conservative Party. The answer, crudely, is no. In fact, Jeremy Hunt, the Chancellor, gave an interview to the Mail on Sunday just a couple of weeks ago, pointing out that 2 previous cuts to national insurance didn't seem to have moved the dial politically. Well, clearly Rishi Sunak has decided that he thinks a third one
Go Bals
will
for every
help.
cunt!
Of course, the Labour
Fuck it,
Party
it's
will make
election
the
time.
argument that this all comes
It
in
doesn't
the
matter,
context of a
look,
parliament of a
I'm gonna get
5-year
what you
term
do.
of the Conservative Party where
Have
taxes
10 gold
have
Bals.
boomed.
I
Tax burden is
promise.
at the highest rate that it's ever been, and so the challenge politically for Rishi Sunak is to be able to carve that dividing line that he
Mother
clearly
of all
wants to carve
democracies,
between
we're the
Conservatives and Labour,
fucking
make the
bastion
argument
of
plausibly
fucking
that the Conservatives are a
crackpots,
tax
fucking
cutting
democracy
party
scams
without people
around the world.
pushing back and just saying, well, actually on
Our
their watch,
model
taxes have
is
gone up.
But of course,
You only need
economists
what,
and,
20%,
those people who we've
20%,
spoken to,
you only need to
including,
turn
the
20%
IFS,
of the
talked about the fact
population
that
into
actually
house niggers.
what we see here are these
Before
tax
you can
cuts
rule.
being offset by the freezing of income tax
Typically,
thresholds. So actually,
and,
for many people, they're
Mother
still
of
paying
all
more in tax
parliaments,
from average
models,
earnings, despite the
20%.
cut in the national insurance we had
2
so
in
far.
10 people. So you just need to
That's
round
right,
it
and those thresholds are
throw
going
an
to
8,
remain frozen
10 folk.
until 2028.
You
They'll
only
remain
need to fucking
frozen until
contour them
2028,
with their fucking
whichever party wins the
logic.
general election, because the Labour Party have
look,
committed to that as
right,
well. So
screw
that's
over
an
those
effect
cunts.
called fiscal drag. It
I'll
basically
give
means
you
that
money if you
every
want to screw
tax
over
year,
those pricks.
more and more people are dragged via inflation
Do
into
it.
higher tax bands
Vote
and
for
end
me.
up paying more
Become my
tax.
house nigger.
I mean, you mentioned the
And
Institute for
boom
Fiscal Studies and other
shakalaka.
economic experts like that. The other thing that they
There
say
you go.
about the Conservatives'
Democracy.
plans, but also the Labour plans actually, is that there's kind
Democracy.
of a conspiracy of silence there, because
Let's
what
war.
every economic expert says is that
Doberman,
unless
man.
economic growth booms in this country, the way
Serie
that
A,
frankly few
Serie
people
A
are
is a
forecasting
real
it
good
will, you
point
really are
of
going to
where
have
the West
either
and
spending
Russia
cuts
started
or tax
trading
rises
kinetic
if the UK
energies.
state is going to continue doing the sorts of things
Wow,
that
man.
both
Yeah,
parties
that is some
expect
journalistic
it to continue
fucking
doing.
Talk me through
verbal
what we're
mumble
expecting
jumble
from
shit.
Rishi Sunak. I mean, he hasn't had.
You could
the best
argue
campaign so
the
far, has he
Iraq,
really? He really
9/11.
needs to make a good impression, not just for voters, but even
There's
for Conservative
really
candidates
a
and
lot
members
of
up and down the
examples
country.
of
Henry,
where
right?
this war kicked off.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, Conservative
know,
candidates seeking re-election have been pretty furious for the last few days in the
Syria
aftermath of
for
what
me was
Rishi
just
Sunak
like-
himself acknowledges was
like,
a
hold on,
massive
there's
mistake,
Russia,
which was
and
to leave
there's
the
the
D-Day
West,
commemorations
America,
in
blah, blah,
Normandy
blah,
early. I mean,
all
they
the
are furious
derivatives,
because they
NATO,
think that
throwing fucking weapons at
articulates
each
a
other.
criticism that was already there
What?
about Rishi Sunak. That, you know,
No,
he
no,
perhaps
no,
didn't
no,
quite
no.
understand the
Assad's
priorities,
new. He was the
particularly
Putler,
of
he was the
conservative
new
voters.
Hitler.
You can hear that being expressed by rival parties,
We've
the
been at
Conservatives, both to
war,
their right
man,
and left, in the
and
aftermath of
we've
that.
still
But today
been
is an opportunity
gobbling
for
down
Rishi
our
Sunak.
McDonald's
He'll be
burgers.
hoping at least to draw a line under that.
Just-
With,
I didn't get a
a
chance
document
to
that's going to be 75 or so
Don't go
pages long,
drill
full
over
of plans
fucking
for the
McDonald's
Conservatives
McMuffin.
if they win the general election, and say, look, here is his policy
It's fucking
prospectus,
some
and try to
tasty
shift the
fuck-
conversation
that's some tasty
onto that
fucking
and away
shit.
from what undeniably has been a torrid few days for the Conservative Party generally and for Rishi Sunak specifically.
Ah, right, okay.
Let's talk about
There's
Labour
been
briefly,
a really bad
Henry,
couple
before I
of
let you
days.
go,
Chewing
because
gum
their
teeth. Thank you
manifesto
very
is out,
much.
obviously on
We're
Thursday.
going to
But
forget
today we're
about you
getting
as soon as
feel
this
of some
war's
of the
over.
elements we're going to see in it, and children's health and dentistry.
Look at that guy's
very much
face.
in focus for
Look
Labour
at that.
today. Talk us through those plans.
I'm
Dentistry's been a
read
focus
this.
for
I'm
Labour
going
for
to read the
some
content.
time, and they are reiterating that
What
today,
the
reiterating
fuck?
their policy of supervised toothbrushing in schools. They also say that plans
we are
to
led
introduce
by at least a month.
more
We're even
evening
so
and
even at
weekend
least
appointments in
amongst us.
NHS dentistry
Look at
practices
these
will mean
fucking.
many more children are
That's
able
a
to get dental
guy
care. They say
that's
that
a
for children in
fucking.
England between the age of 5
Some
and
would
9,
suggest, me
dental
included,
decay, tooth
was
decay is the biggest
responsible
cause
for
of
removing the
hospitalisation.
royal
They say that's what
family
this is
for the whole
designed
Jimmy
to
Savile
address.
saga.
The Conservatives hit back by saying,
You
well,
know,
actually,
let's
NHS
just
dentistry for
forget
children is getting much better and has
about
been
the
since
royal
2021, when
family
it got,
and
they
Jimmy
acknowledged very
fucking
bad, very hard
Savile.
for children to get dental
Concentrate
care
on my stupid
That
haircut.
was simply a result of COVID and the COVID
Just
backlog
forget
crisis in the
Sir
health
Keir
service
Starmer.
as a
Boom, boom, boom,
result.
boom, boom,
One other thing
boom.
to note this is a new Labour policy.
Fuck me, man.
They say they would
ban the
sale of sort of highly caffeinated
Nigel Vag
to children under the age of
who's
16.
that cunt in America? Donald Trump and the right-wing shit in France.
And shops like that didn't. Labour say that's a
really get sucked into some fucking truth
in the last hour or so by the celebrity chef Jamie Oliver, which Labour are very happy with.
Jamie Oliver, how did chewing gum teeth get Jamie Oliver? Next we'll be talking about a doctor who, I don't know, he never cupped my balls and asked me to cough. So I'm assuming he's a doctor, but he's a TV doctor. And for some reason his death is more important.
Rev up the
you know, like the, what is it, 35? Conservatively, 20,000.
No, I thought you might be a petrol head.
Unconservatively.
Henry, is that not the case?
I don't even know if that's even a thing. Chewing gum teeth.
I mean, I'd be happy to take a spin in one of the cars out there if they'll let me.
Go to the dentist.
I wouldn't actually know anything about them, so I'm not sure I'm the best person to get behind the wheel.
Okay, well, Henry, listen, I'll leave you and your puns for a little while. Thanks, Henry Zephyr, our chief political correspondent.
Go and get your teeth
who
sorted,
is at
mate.
Silverstone. And, of course, as I said before, in about an hour and 20 minutes, that manifesto launch will be taking place, and we'll be carrying it live here on BBC News. But, of course, everyone knows how important a good manifesto is, especially for those members, those who need to be fully...
Oh, yo, McFly. You, McFly. We all know how important a good manifesto is. No. Too easy. It really is too easy, man. It's like...
Conservative
you watch these things
in the Welsh office during the Cameron coalition administration. She was really interesting.
Comedy. Yeah, it really
preparation.
What the fuck is that?
Me the most about this election, and it's a similar concern that we had, obviously, as a result of
a political strategist and former Conservative special advisor in the Welsh office during the day.
Look at my hair, and I'm begging the question: what the fuck is this?
David Cameron coalition administration. She was really interesting. Have a listen.
What?
Preparation, and that's the one thing that worries me the most about.
Pretty sure she might subscribe to having a vagina. Definitely up for debate.
This election, and it's a similar concern that we had, obviously, as a result of the 2017 election, that because they were snap elections, not a lot of work had gone in over the course of many months to try and put together, policies that were completely bulletproof and to bring everybody with you. We've already had several policies announced over the course of the last couple of weeks where we've had some...
Hey, hold on. Sunak promises help for first-time buyers. Yeah. That's no more fucking legit as my fucking promise of gold bars for every cunt. I'm in as much a position to deliver that as Shoe Shack is. Look at gold bars. Boom. You want a gold bar? You've got it. Alright, hold on, here's this. I'm being mean. She definitely looks like a sexy female, man.
Very serious doubts raised by the very people who are supposed to go out and champion these policies on behalf of the senior team of the Conservative Party. And I do worry that we'll have a similar problem when the documents launch today.
What is the biggest worry for you?
What's
the biggest worry for you?
The biggest worry is that we'll have a huge team of people, all of whom come on television or go to their local hustings or go to their local papers and say, well, actually, I don't feel quite comfortable about what we said in that chapter, or I'm not sure about what that little bit means. The more people you have doing that, the more stories you have saying that the Prime Minister has a team with him, that this is a document that's been written in isolation, that this is the Conservative Party with unhealable splits. Every single one of those creates problems. So disunity resulting from a document that is not wholly accepted and wholly championed by every single person who needs to do it, it becomes a very difficult communications problem in the short term.
And of course, at the moment there must be pressure on Rishi Sunak from different elements within. How popular do you think his team is amongst...
Change Chaos.
Candidates
What
amongst
is
Tory
it?
teams
Change
up and down the
chaos,
country right
build.
now,
Change
given the news we've
chaos,
had over the
build.
last
Stop the
week.
chaos.
Yeah,
Change
there's
shit
a lot of people
and
who work
build
for Rishi
stuff.
Sunak who I like very much. There's a lot of people who work for Rishi Sunak
Like
who
very
I
much,
don't
yeah.
rate
No, I've
particularly,
just
and I think
wrote
that
his
I'm
fucking
probably,
manifesto
you
in
know,
2
an average
seconds.
for
Taking
a
the
lot of
piss.
people who work day
Talking
to day
about
in politics
vaginas
who
and
know the
penises
people
on a fucking
involved.
podcast.
That's
But this
usually
was
the
a
case
podcast
actually
before a
within
podcast
the
was a
Conservative
podcast.
Party, that
Now
whoever
it's a
the leader has
podcast.
working
Oh,
for
hold
them
on. I'll get my
will have
microphone
people
up
that are liked by one
and
team,
put it in
disliked by
front of
another,
the
and
camera.
a whole other group
That'll
of
make it
people
even
that
more
fall into the other category.
podcasty.
But
And then
what I do think
I'll
we have
start
here is a
referring to
problem
Joe
where,
Rogan all the time.
having rushed into this
And you're
decision
going, yeah, here, take
without
mushrooms
bringing his
and
cabinet
watch
with him,
me.
remembering that he went to the king before he went to his
Take
cabinet, it means that the
mind-altering
team immediately
substances.
around him who made that decision come in for criticism in a way that
Which
they
is pretty
ordinarily
cool,
wouldn't
man.
do,
And
because they're viewed as
watch me.
part of a unit that
In that order.
basically pulled the
Take
team
that
into
shit.
a decision that the team
Then
probably
watch
didn't
me.
want. And if that's the same team writing the manifesto, then we've got, we do have a problem of
Donate
legitimacy of
to
people that he has
me.
around him.
I am your leader. Have you
That
took
was
your
Lauren Levitt there,
mind-altering
speaking a little bit earlier.
substances
So
yet?
we know a little bit about what could be
I'll get
included in
back
the
to you in a
Conservative
minute.
manifesto already. So here's BBC Verified's Nick
Okay.
Eardley with a
Telling
roundup
every
of what we
cunt
know
to take
so
fucking
far
mushrooms
and how they might be
and then like, oh,
Good
donate
morning. Yes, the
to this
manifestos are a
link.
big deal. They've become the policy Bible for whoever is in government. Today,
I
we get
used
the
to have
Conservative
a
offering,
neck,
and we already know a few
but
of the
now I
policies
don't know what
that
it's
they are
all about.
pledging. Tax cuts. We'll get the details
Scottish.
later. Introducing a
Seat
form
up
of
here.
national service. Tax breaks for first-time
I'm sorry,
home
mate. Like,
buyers,
honestly,
raising
but
the
if he's
tax-free
fucking
pension
people
allowance,
dig Joe Rogan,
and
and I
allowing
know
higher
there's
earners to
plenty
keep
of
more
bad
child
for the
benefit
fucking.
payments.
I'm
There
just
will be
taking the
more, I'm
piss.
sure, in the document today. But all of this
But
costs
take his
money. So where is it
testosterone
coming from?
pills.
And do the plans add
and
up? Well,
Alex Jones
we
boner
already
pills.
know some of the areas where
I
the
heard they make
Conservatives
you
think
fucking
they can find more cash to
good.
fund their policies. Firstly, this, collecting more of the tax people already
You
own.
want
The
to fuck
idea
me?
is simple, that
I'd
you fund the
be- I'd-
tax office better and it's able to crack down on tax avoidance. The
I know
Conservatives
by
think
his
this can raise
accent
about
he'd be able to
£6
hold the
billion
conversation
a
about
year.
football.
Labour actually have a similar policy. They think it'll raise about £5 billion extra. But will it work?
Instead of this
Well,
pish.
some of the experts we asked said the figures were uncertain.
I'm an
And as you
expert,
can
mate.
see
I've
here,
got money.
another
I've
group
had
of
money
tax
on Trump
policy associates say
to
it
get
is credible, but
the
with a big
presidency for
caveat,
some
and
time.
that's that the policy would
Does that
need
make
to be
me an
targeted.
expert?
So, not
I
easy
called Trump's
to get
election
to
for.
that £6 billion figure,
I'm a
but
fucking
not
expert.
impossible. The
Political
bigger
commentator.
pledge the
I
Conservatives
comment
have
on
is
PoliTITS
this,
all the time.
reducing welfare spending by £12
Oh, hold on a sec.
We
I'm
asked the
being able
Conservatives
to
for the
spin
numbers,
my own
and they were
fucking.
adamant that
my
this
own pish.
is possible. But we also spoke to
Oh,
experts
Scotty
who
makes
aren't so
Scott.
sure. This
Fuck's sake.
is what
Next
the
you'll be telling
Institute
me he's
for Fiscal
Jewish.
Studies said. It looks difficult in the extreme.
Yeah, it looks difficult,
Another
mate,
group of
but
experts, the
I
Resolution
think you could
Foundation,
survive
said
at
it
least
looks
30 seconds in the
extremely
desert.
challenging to deliver. So there is already some scepticism about the figures.
Yep,
And
I
by
bet
the way,
your
if any of this
likelihood that.
rings bells, if it sounds familiar, have a look at this. We've found annual savings of £12 billion from welfare and £5 billion from tackling tax
Look
evasion.
at
That's
this, look,
not
he's
from
pointing
today,
at a screen.
That's from this man, George Osborne,
Oh, what?
in 2015.
Woo!
And a good
Look,
chunk
he's
of
got
that
a-
12
he's got a
billion
wee
pledge,
fucking
about a
suitcase.
third of the welfare goal was never
I actually remember
collected,
watching
according
on
to the
News
government
24
spending
that
watchdog.
suitcase getting
So that's worth
fucking
bearing in mind
refurbed.
today. The Conservatives have also set themselves some rules
During the
which will make
Tony
it
Blair
harder
times,
to raise
that's how
money.
warped that.
They are
That's how
saying no to all
body
of
deep
this,
into
raises
the
an
fucking
income
politics
tax,
I was
VAT,
at that
national
time.
insurance. Add in some of the other rules that they've put in place.
Come down for Eki
and
the
that
night
leaves some
before.
economists
You
warning
get fuck
we
all
may
to watch
see a
that. Oh,
spending
I'll watch
squeeze,
some News
whether
24 and
it's Labour
fucking start
or the
thinking about how Tony
Conservatives
Blair's the
who are
best
in
thing
power
ever.
after the general election.
Oh,
We'll get the
Scotty,
full
make
Conservative
Scotty.
manifesto later this morning. We'll be flicking through it all, looking
Come
at
on,
the policies,
we need to fucking
looking
start.
at the numbers, and there'll be a lot more across the BBC throughout the day.
Cough.
It will indeed. Thanks so much, Nick Eardley and the Verified team.
Told you
Always
we rolled
working very
along.
hard. Never any harder than during an election, I'm sure.
Easy peasy.
Now, Labour has called the Conservatives' national insurance plan the most expensive panic attack in history. The party will unveil its manifesto later this week. Today, though, it's focusing on plans to cut dentists' waiting lists for children. Our political correspondent, Oni Tony Wells spoke to us earlier
Did I tell anybody? Freaking balls. I do need to vote for me.
Labour, in response to the Conservatives' plans, is that they feel like it is, in the words of Labour shadow ministers, another sort of Liz Truss plan of promises. They argue that some of the Tories' plans are unfunded and that this is a sort of wish list that won't be achievable in practice. They particularly criticised plans to cut taxes like national insurance further. Now, while Labour have said that they won't be looking to raise personal taxes like income tax, national insurance or VAT, they also said that they won't be looking to cut them and that wouldn't be affordable at this time. So I think that is certainly the kind of response to some of the trails that we've seen of the Conservative manifesto. But as we have discussed, Labour's manifesto will be revealed later this week. In the meantime, though, today their focus is on children's health in particular and also children's dentistry, with an announcement that they would have 100,000 new dental appointments for children, supervised toothbrushing in schools, and also a ban on high caffeinated energy. Well, those are the.
Hold on, I just need to refresh my head for the purposes of people that still fucking buying into this fucking shit show. It's along the lines of clean, fresh drinking water. You know, that's one of the things that governments lord over you. Lord over you. As in, like, government is great. Healthcare. Whatever that means now. Water. What do governments offer for their taxes? Police. That's selective. I mean, like, in all seriousness, what do governments now offer? Away from, you need more money. So, now they're promising, your kid's teeth falling out. Yeah, you've been paying us for a good couple 100 years. With a proviso that we would offer you up some sort of a dental care to stop your kids' teeth falling out. Now, elect us and we might stop your kids' teeth falling out.
Major policies that Labour are talking about today.
That's Oni Wells there. Plenty more on what's happening in the election on the BBC's website, but let's take you now to a look at some of the other day's news to the Middle East. America's top diplomat, Antony Blinken, the Secretary of State, is there. It's the 8th time he's been to the region since the October 7th attacks on Israel. Well, Mr. Blinken is fiercely advocating for the ceasefire deal proposed by President Biden 10 days ago.
I could go back in the history books and offer you up hundreds of dates of when the state of Israel, which a lot of people with very strong arguments could argue is a terrorist state, and the reason you could argue it's a terrorist state is because it was set up using terrorism, killing and blowing up cunts. Kind of the stuff they're arguing, kind of the stuff that they're like, imagine all these Arabs blowing shit up and all. Well, that's how your whole state, this country that you keep needing, blah, 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 unquestionable, blah, 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 from the river to the fucking sea, blah, 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 all that shit. That's how your state was set up. No, you've got a problem with people blowing shit up for political purposes that you've set up a wee enclave over there. I've got my own fucking beliefs about what's happening in that shithole. You're welcome to yours.
He met with relatives of Israeli hostages in Tel Aviv this morning. Later, he'll meet opposition leaders, including Benny Gantz, who, of course, resigned from the war cabinet over the weekend. On Monday, he met with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Here's what he said in the past few hours.
For me, all of the hostages, but
for me, I'm American. Yeah, I'm American. Yeah, you know, and because I'm American, everything I say sounds like a question. Yeah, I'm American. I'm saying I'm American. Everything I say sounds like a question. So it leaves you kind of scratching your balls. Because I'm American. Yeah, we know you're American. Anyway, let's get back to some fake-ass fucking Yankee Doodle Dandy shite.
especially our 8 American families who have loved ones in Gaza. We are determined.
American families that have loved ones in Gaza? Is that a question, mate? Or what the fuck? Are you skilled in the art of fucking saying shit? I'm almost there at being able to drown these
to bring them home. The proposal that President Biden put forward is the best way to do that. And I think, as I said just yesterday, you've had country after country make that clear in supporting the proposal. And then yesterday, the United Nations Security Council.
Yeah, I'm saying it like a question. Yeah, it's a statement, but it's a question. Huh. Yesterday, you fucking Paul McCartney, you prick.
In fact, speaking for the entire international community, made it as clear as it possibly could be that this is what the world is looking for. 14 votes for, no votes against. Something quite rare at the Security Council these days, and I think that speaks volumes too. So everyone's vote is in except for one vote, and that's Hamas. And that's what we wait for.
Well, let's cross line now and speak to our Middle East correspondent, Yolande Knell. And Yolande, Anthony Blinken has his work cut out for him, doesn't he? He's meeting, obviously, the Israeli government representatives and then the Arab nations. What is it he has to get done here to push this through the line?
Well, yes, he definitely has an uphill struggle in this region.
I can see her melting live on fucking air.
Israel and Hamas closer to this deal, which does have an increasing amount of international support. The three-phase deal that was laid out by President Biden back on the 31st of May. Very much the text of the UN Security Council resolution is based on this deal. Now, Mr. Blinken, just as he was getting ready to leave Israel for Jordan, he did say that the Hamas statement that was put out by political leaders who are outside of Gaza, mostly based in Doha, that was a hopeful sign because they welcomed the UN Security Council vote, and they said that they were ready to work with the mediators to try to achieve a negotiated settlement, said that it would be up to Washington to make sure that Israel abides by the part of the plan, which is the second phase really, which would work towards a permanent end to the war in Gaza and also a complete withdrawal of Israeli troops. Now, Mr. Blinken, when he was talking about this, said that really a lot depended still on the word that came from the Hamas leaders in Gaza, or rather he referred to them as being under the ground in tunnels in Gaza, and what they made of all of this.
So, Yolande, talk me through where Hamas stand on all this.
I mean, Hamas, the big sticking point remains that Hamas really wants reassurances, guarantees from mediators, from the US in particular, that if it signs up to a deal, it won't just be the first phase, a 6-week truce, which would see this big increase in aid going into Gaza. It would see many of the remaining hostages that Hamas still holds being returned to Israel, and it would see Palestinian prisoners being released from Israeli jails. Hamas really wants guarantees that that will then, if negotiations continue, work its way into phase 2. this is a part of the plan which Hamas feels would allow its political survival. It wants to have a full withdrawal of Israeli troops from the Gaza Strip. It wants to be able to declare a victory, a full end to this war, and remain intact. Now, the issue here is that even though this is being presented as an Israeli plan, the Israeli representative to the UN after that UN Security Council vote was clear, and Mr. Blinken has heard it again from Israeli leaders on this trip, that Israel retains its right to continue fighting in Gaza to dismantle Hamas's military capabilities. Its war goal is to defeat Hamas and to bring home the hostages.
Yolande, thank you. Let's bring you some breaking news now. And the disgraced paedophile pop star Gary Glitter has, in the last few minutes, been ordered by a High Court judge to pay over £500,000 in damages to one of the women that he abused. Now, if you just remember the Gary Glitter story, Gary Glitter, whose real name is Paul Gadd, is a convicted paedophile. He was jailed for this for 16 years. He was released early, but then was put back in prison after breaching the terms of his release. He is still currently in prison. He currently is being ordered by a High Court judge to pay over £500,000 in damages to a woman that he abused. If you remember, also there was a documentary, wasn't there, that was released about a few months ago about Gary Glitter, which caused a lot of consternation amongst many of his victims. But the disgraced pop star has been ordered to pay this money to one of the women, one of the many women that he abused. More on that story as and when we get it here on BBC News. Now, after months of speculation, Apple has revealed its plans for artificial intelligence in a move that its chief executive, Tim Cook, has called the next big step. The tech giant is to boost its Siri voice assistant and its operating systems with OpenAI's ChatGPT as it seeks to catch up in the AI race. It's all part of a new personalised element called Apple Intelligence. Here's our North America business correspondent, Erin Delmore.
The hottest abbreviation in tech these days is easily AI. Now, Apple is taking its shot at redefining artificial intelligence into Apple Intelligence. The company unveiled a series of AI-related announcements at its Worldwide Developers Conference on Monday. Chief among them, a partnership with the artificial intelligence juggernaut OpenAI. That'll allow Apple to integrate the startup's cutting-edge chatbot ChatGPT into its devices, including a super-powered Siri. Apple's signature voice assistant will be available with ChatGPT features for free later this year. Other new additions include AI-generated images and emojis and help with proofreading and tone adjustment. These announcements are Apple's big stand at integrating the AI features that have captured users' attention and companies' big bucks. Wall Street has spent the year rewarding firms that have not only jumped on but led the AI bandwagon, like NVIDIA, which makes the chips that power AI applications. Last week, it overtook Apple itself to become the second most valuable company in the world by market capitalization. Microsoft, which has its own long-standing partnership with OpenAI, remains the most valuable.
That was Erin Delmore there. Now it's time for a look at the weather with Carol Kirkwood.
Hello again. If you have an allergy to grass pollen, it's worth mentioning that today the levels are high across Wales and also southern England, moderate for Northern Ireland,
definitely is my favourite
and
MILF.
low across Scotland. What's happening today with the weather is we still have this northerly flow, still accentuating the cool feel that we had in the last few days. But a ridge of high pressure building in from the west will mean that a lot of the showers that we started with in the west will tend to fade through the day. But at the same time, the clouds are going to spread out and a lot of the showers will be across central and eastern areas. Again, there will be a little bit of sunshine here and there, but...
Let's see what the Sky News is saying to it today. Top of our news, actually. Good timing.
Sector, it's 11 o'clock. These are the headlines. Pledging tax cuts if they win the next election. The Conservatives prepare to launch their manifesto.
I just can't stop thinking he's a wee midget.
We're live at Silverstone as Rishi Sunak attempts to get his campaign back on track. The tax-cutting plans have already been criticised by Labour.
The money's not there for the Tories' desperation. And what they're producing is a recipe for 5 more years of chaos.
Also this morning, 4 American teachers are injured in a stabbing attack at a park in northeast China. The number of people out of work hits its highest level for more than 2 years.
We need more productive slaves.
Germany ramps up security ahead of England's high-risk Euro 2024 game against Serbia. And Apple unveils plans to integrate artificial intelligence into the iPhone and other products.
Artificial intelligence. It's a brand, it's a name, it's they sell you shit.
Hello, good morning. The Prime Minister will launch the Conservative manifesto very shortly with a focus on tax cuts and measures to protect
artificial intelligence
from paying income tax
sort
on
of
the
suggests
as part of the party's manifesto.
Artificial intelligence. I don't know why people would assume that artificial intelligence meant artificial intelligence.
The Labour leader Sir Keir Starmer has been talking.
It's not. It's clever algorithms, and all the big tech giants are trying to launch their shit and dress it under AI to sell you pish.
If you get into power, will you match it?
The money's not there for the Tories' desperation. And
what the fuck is that? What is that a face? Is that a normal face? Seriously, like what the fuck is that? Well, do you know what? That's the face of some cunt that covered up the Royals' connections to Jimmy Savile. When it came out that he was a notorious paedophile scumbag and the royal family were like that with him. So that's the face of somebody. Of course, you won't hear this anymore on the YouTubes. You hear people telling you how good Nigel Farage is. Oh, look at this cock over this cock. Yes, this is the I'm a journalist. I even seen fucking a clip recently of Rupert the Bear fucking Tommy Robinson when the cops were trying to arrest him like that. Here, mate, your fucking life's in fucking jeopardy, and he's sitting there like, I'm a journalist, just trying to. It's like, oh my god, do you believe that, mate, or is that just the shit that Jim Dawson told you to spew when you get hit with the coppers? Because if you think you're a journalist, mate, wow, fucking wee. If you're using it as shtick to get away from the cops, fair dues, get it. But there's people out there who have never fucking said boo to a goose, never mind a dentist, that believe that shit, man. They actually think you're like some sort of a journalist. Anyway, sorry, let's get back to... Is this Tommy Robinson or is this like the leader of the supposed fucking opposition? In fact, this is the cunt that's earmarked to become our dear leader. Our next dear leader.
For 5 more years of chaos. And I think that's why it's so important that we see this election as a choice, because we can't go...
Sir Keir's on the gear. Sir Keir's on the gear. He can't breathe through his nose 'cause it's full of gear. Many come to see him. They stand and gaze in awe. They remember Sir Keir is full of the gear. Fuck it, this is for my own amusement, so fuck it. I'm gonna be singing the songs.
Like this, we need to turn the page, rebuild, start with Labour. We've got 6 first steps.
Stop the chaos, rebuild. What's the 3 things? chaos, rebuild. There's another one. Rebuild, chaos, stop the chaos, rebuild. It's another one that's on the tip of my tongue and I can't. Fuck it, I'm going to actually listen to more than 30 seconds of this fucking melted welding boot. Fuck. And I think I just fucked up. I did.
People taking out their own teeth at home, they're so desperate to see a dentist, and he says that Labour would put £100 million into that, funded by the...
Yeah, gold bars for fucking everybody. Did you not hear that? That's my manifesto. You want a gold bar? There's a gold bar. You want your teeth to stop falling out? Have a gold bar. Right, come on, fucking work on some fucking level, come on. There's a little doom
we made a conscious decision that we couldn't match the amount that we knew Labour and Jeremy Corbyn were going to promise to finance, and that meant that we knew that Labour were going to spend.
I thought he's killed Jeremy Corbyn. This is a man-she
thing. And so
thing.
it came to be.
Dominates our lives into the pockets of hundreds of millions of people. As part of a range of features called Apple Intelligence, the virtual assistant Siri will be linked to ChatGPT.
The AI told me not to engage with that.
In the next get. Also this morning.
Oh fucking hell, man! But I thought I was doing well there to stay away from the dead bodies, man.
Against Serbia.
Yeah, that was a good fucking couple of minutes
Apple
away.
Unveils plans to integrate artificial intelligence into the iPhone and other products.
It's not artificial intelligence. It's not artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence doesn't need to take a human being to fucking program it.
With a focus on tax cuts and measures to protect pensioners from paying income tax on the state pension. As part of the party's manifesto, Rishi Sunak will pledge to cut national insurance by 2p. We'll bring you more on what we can expect in a moment. But first, the Labour leader Sir Keir Starmer has been talking while on the campaign trail in Teesside. He was asked about the Conservatives' tax plans.
The Conservatives are going to pledge another 2p off national insurance.
You've fucked up your face.
If you get into power, will you match it?
The money's not there for the door at the
Have you seen somebody as happy as that at a kid's playground since the last time you seen a paedophile?
Tories' desperation.
Look how happy he is.
What they're producing is a recipe for 5 more years of chaos. And I think that's why it's so important that we see this election as a choice, because we can't go on like this. We need to turn the page.
Change! That's it.
With Labour. We've got 6
change, build, chaos.
To go on July the
Stop
5th.
the chaos. We need to change shit and build stuff.
So just to follow up on that, they say
change,
you will
build,
be
chaos.
Taxes,
stop the chaos,
cutting them,
and we'll change stuff.
No tax cuts from you.
We have been absolutely clear that all our plans are fully costed, fully funded. We will not be increasing income tax, national insurance or VAT, so no tax increases for working people. None of our plans require tax rises.
Yeah, not working class.
From the party.
Working class, you go over there and die. Right? If you're not willing to rock up and fucking move the fucking cogs of fucking our economy, and you go over there and fucking die, you lame dog. And they can't get there's no use for you. Go over there, die quietly. Here's my free Dignitas voucher. Right, you just go over and fucking die. But if you're willing to turn the cogs, working people, it's really fucking me up, that change of fucking rhetoric, man. Nae cunt, not one of these talking head fucks is talking about the working class, right? Talking about working people. not the working class. Right? Not a class of people who, gun to your head, work or die. I'm not even going. I am not going to shoot shit.
That's put tax to the highest level since
for
70 years.
Smashes.
And they're building this sort of Jeremy Corbyn-style manifesto where anything.
Yeah, imagine having Jeremy Corbyn couldn't give a fuck about Palestinians.
It's a recipe for more of the same, and that's why this choice of turn our back on this, turn the page, and rebuild with Labour is so important. We've got 6 first steps. We're ready to go on July the 5th.
These announcements today. About banning energy.
Why does your face have you, how much plastic surgery have you really had?
And what do you say to people that say
did you get that off the back of the money from Jimmy Savile cover up?
The sort of state of the nation can be measured in
the state of your face,
by, the health of our children. It's in a terrible
the
place.
health of your face.
And I was shocked, genuinely shocked.
Genuinely shocked at the state of your face.
Have their teeth taken out between the ages of 6 to 10 than any other operation.
Did you get your teeth took out as well to reconstruct your really?
We've championed, supervised.
I can see it now. You did get your teeth took out to get your jaw realigned.
And I don't really care what people call it. If the price for a child of not
the
taking
price for your face.
losing your teeth
Was
between the ages of 6 to 10, that's a
removing
price that's too high,
the royal family from the Jimmy Savile inquiry. Right, okay, jog on, mate. You were promised the PM.
Joins me now. So health and
dental care, toots.
Issues that the Labour Party think will have real cut through with a lot of voters.
That's right. Just wanted to reflect on Keir Starmer saying that Rishi Sunak's manifesto is a Jeremy Corbyn style manifesto.
You're a bit late in the game when it comes to braces.
The Labour leader who he served under in his shadow cabinet in 2019 when the manifesto promising things like free broadband for everyone ended up taking them to catastrophic defeat. Keir Starmer saying that Rishi Sunak's trying the same thing. He's taking all kinds of policies, tax cuts for first-time buyers, for pensioners, a cut to national insurance. And Keir Starmer told us off camera just there, putting them in a wheelbarrow, not costing them, and hoping that no one notices. And his suggestion is that this is desperation. The public can smell this desperation, and they don't believe it will be delivered.
It almost smells as much desperation as a woman in her fucking
they can't pay for anything unfunded. Will it look a bit Scrooge by comparison? And he said people will understand that economic stability is the key thing, and that's what Labour are offering. So that's really the dividing line as he sees it. A party that's offering policies that they haven't, he says, provided the means to pay for. He says the Conservatives have offered a lot of policies on the back of crackdowns on tax avoidance, which Labour don't believe will work.
Corbyn
shows
us that they're all going to turn because
new dentist appointments for children. We know this has been a huge issue with people not being able to get access to NHS dentists, big queues outside dental surgeries, talk of people taking out their own teeth at home. They're so desperate to see a dentist, and he says that Labour would put £100 million into that, funded by
my enthusiasm
non-doms paying tax,
actually
and also would bring in toothbrushing for children at school. Which he was asked, is this a bit nanny state? And he said, well, the fact is, it's the most common
I support his shit as much as I support Bobo Johnson shit, but at least there was 2 different fucking stinking piles of shit. No, it's just one big hunk of fucking kumbaya stinking shit.
A few months ago, they fleshed it out a bit today, and Labour very much sticking to the line that they won't bring in anything that they can't pay for.
Okay, tomorrow. Thanks a lot.
Why
at 11:30, we'll hear from the Prime Minister when he launches the Conservatives' manifesto as he attempts to get his campaign back on track after a difficult few days. Rishi Sunak's already promised a triple lock plus for pensioners to protect them from paying.
I mean, you can smell them. You can tell where the smell Doberman. That's the best way I can fucking
promise not to raise VAT or income tax.
Smell
out opinion. Get on the housing ladder.
That and the totties.
Stamp duty on properties
get totties grown out their ears
because
they're all bogging bastards
for first-time buyers. In addition, the manifesto will announce a new Help to Buy scheme, which will give landlords selling to existing tenants.
Doberman, I salute your fucking superpowers, mate.
Include moving the child benefit threshold for single earner
duty austerity, the Freemasons shall now be known as the
Also, a plan for 18-year-olds to take part in some form of national service.
Mate, do you know degrees are not done in order?
Of levelling up funding.
You know, you can become a master mason quite easy. This is just the best of my knowledge.
The Tories will increase the
a lot
Pharmacy
of
First
other stuff
scheme and pledge to build
is
100
kind of
new GP surgeries
obviously depending
and modernise 150
what type
Speaking
of
on
masonry
Skype
you're
News
in.
earlier, the Work and Pension Secretary Mel Stride said the manifesto
Put the
will
best
include
of my
policies
knowledge.
that matter to people.
We are
the
putting
other
out a
degrees,
very
apart
bold,
from your first
clear
three, becoming
plan
a
that is going
master,
to help people in their daily
are
lives.
voluntary.
Look at
You
what
know,
we've
you
already
do
done.
them if you're
29 million
interested
people benefiting
in the
from
craft.
1/3 reduction in national insurance.
It's
That's
no
worth
like a gun to your head like that.
£900
Yeah,
to
you
an
need to take
average
this.
earner. These are things that really matter in people's lives, and you're going to hear more of that later on today.
It's done.
Across to our political editor Beth Rigby.
It's done in a
It's not been
voluntary
the
sense.
most successful campaign in PR terms so
I
far,
mean,
Beth. The Prime Minister's hoping that today he can turn
it's
that
all
all
just
around.
a story. You need to kind of remember now.
Hi Jane, yes he is, and this is, if you like, an attempt to get this campaign back on track. We are here at Silverstone, and it's fitting, isn't it, because some people would argue that the wheels have come off this campaign in recent weeks. The Prime Minister called this election nearly 3 weeks ago, and since then it's only got worse for him. The polls are widening, his popularity ratings are dropping, and of course that D-Day debacle, there are many a Tory that tells me they don't think there is any coming back from that. But look, today is his moment, his chance to try and restart, reignite this campaign. And it's interesting because you took a while to get to me because you were running through all the pledges. There are so many. We're expecting about a 76-page manifesto. That is a lot of policy. To put it into context,
it's a lot of bullshit,
in 2019, Jeremy Corbyn had 106 pages worth of policies as he threw the kitchen sink at trying to close the gap with then Boris Johnson. And I think the big question really is, once these policies are all announced, will it make the difference? Thematically, I think what we're going to hear, Jane, is they are trying to frame this as a tax election. The big pitch will be, we will cut your taxes if you vote for a Conservative government. We're expecting the Prime Minister to announce another 2 pence cut in national insurance rates if he wins the election. That would be halving it in a year. They've already done this twice before, but the point of it all is it's not shifting the polls. But I think what you're going to hear is we are going to cut taxes for working people, and Labour will raise your tax.
Working people, whatever happened to working class? Right now, if I had a wee bit more fucking oomph, what's the difference between working people and working class? I mean, it's kind of self-evident. The clue's in the fucking name, right? You don't have to be paying taxes to be working class. To be working people, you have to be paying taxes. Zeke Hall to the fucking man. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, fuck's sake, man. Is there any fucking true blue prodies out there, man, that will do everything and anything to fucking bob and weave and dodge the tax man? Because you don't want to pay the man. Without, oh, look at that guy, he's really, really bad. Who's that? Jimmy Carr? What did he do? Oh, well, he done tax avoidance. What does that mean? It means that he paid some cunt money so he didn't have to pay as much money. So, is he a criminal? No, he's not a criminal. Didn't he break the law? He just employed a tax expert to avoid paying tax. So where's the crime? There is no crime. We're just going to browbeat him. We're just going to browbeat him and make him feel that he done something wrong, when ultimately all he did was do what he could not to pay the man. Right, well, I'm up for that. No, he's bad. How is he bad? Has he broke the law? No, he's not broke the law. Tax avoidance, he's not paying his fair share. Wait, so, like, he broke the law then? No, he didn't break... I don't want to emphasise that too much, man. It's the world in which we stay, man. What kind of fucking idiot are you, where you fucking rock up and go, yeah, I'm not sure I'm paying You need some more money for fucking bombs in Iraq? Boom. Yeah, I hear some Ukrainians that need bombing. Boom, boom. I need to pay my fair share in my tax. Do you know what I mean? How are people's heads wired? Now, that Jimmy Carr can take to the stage and take the piss out of that, but he was browbeaten by who? By the fucking far-right fucking press. Oh my God, lordy lord. When I think of who has curried the favour of us great unwashed, fucking turns my fucking stomach, man. Turns my stomach as to who's got the great unwashed ear. Fucking mental chicken oriental. Like crackpot bitches like this cow, man. Like, they'd only pop up in your weirdest fucking fantasies about fucking mean headmistresses.
Pete, these are some of the things that the Prime Minister's expected to say.
Maybe that's just
He's going to say, we'll give you a plan for financial security, will enable working people to keep more of your money. Keir Starmer takes a different view. He says he's a socialist, and we know what socialists always do. Take more of your money. He'll also reference himself being a leader in the likes of Margaret Thatcher and Nigel Lawson, that the Conservative Party is a party, unlike Labour, that believes in sound money. So they are the sound bites you are going to hear.
Must be extra small to make him look bigger than their average fucking...
is now going to really ramp up because the manifestos are coming out.
And I think what we'll see in
contrast later in the week when Labour launched their manifesto
is
a very slim manifesto making very few promises, because the Prime Minister is in a predicament.
Yeah, because
now,
it's all a pile of shite.
So far behind in the polls.
Manifestos aren't legally binding. They mean nothing. And after the day of an election, if something changes, boom, I can't deliver on my manifesto because the wind's changed.
It's difficult to see how
anyway,
he can
let's
turn
look
it
at
around. So he can make promises.
Get back to Shusak's wife, man. She was fucking reminding me of my fucking dick work.
It's going to be a mountain to climb.
She's reminding me why
I'm
quite happy with my dick.
They're now 22 points behind in the polls on average. So this is going to be an attempt to reignite the campaign, try and narrow the gap, try and throw a load of policies at voters to see if some stick. I think the bigger question in all of this is it too late, and have voters stopped listening?
Yeah, it's too late.
Okay, Beth, thanks so much. We'll return to Beth and all the team there at Silverstone when that Conservative manifesto launch gets underway. Meanwhile, breaking news, the SNP have called for an investigation into claims that the Scottish Conservative leader, Douglas Ross, misused his Westminster expenses to travel in his other role as a football linesman. The Standards Authority says it's reviewing the claims and will work with
oh, fucking hell! I knew the cunt was a fucking weasel. And now it comes out he's a linesman. Fucking little weasel bastard. See some cunt that came out their mom's vagina and nose first. You can never trust him. You can never trust him. And then he's an SFA fucking linesman. Fucking rat. You little rat. Oh. Shit, I digress. I don't care for... football. What's that? I'm a tennis man now.
Douglas Ross denies the allegations. Well, I was just saying, we'll bring you that Conservative manifesto launch live on Sky News. It's expected around... He's
obviously fucking wrangled it, get caught, and his other side is...
Now, Sky News is going to be live in Grimsby and Cleethorpes all day tomorrow, ahead of the Battle for Number 10 Leaders event from 7 p.m. Here's a taste of what you can expect.
Join me on Wednesday as Sky News hosts the Battle for Number 10. We'll bring you breakfast live from Cleethorpes as we prepare for an eventful day.
Right.
But I'll pick up at 10, finding out what the people of Grimsby...
Right, are we going to get a Joe Rogan experience, right? Let's see if we get, like, where are we going to get... yes, it's a TV studio, but we're making it look like a radio studio, but on TV. Yeah, it's a weird scenario. It's very hard to swallow. Get used to it because Joe Rogan works.
Want to hear throughout the day. Join me for...
And make it like a TikTok video with some cool music in the background. Nothing says to me groundbreaking, really fucking top-notch fucking news than shitty music in the background, like make me want to fucking make me feel like I'm at a football game. Listen.
5 for a look behind the scenes before all the pre and post event reaction in Finland.
The main event starts at 7 p.m. I'll be with the audience pretty.
I don't know if she's sexy or. She's one of those people that can't really thought of her make her teeth go away when she talks.
Questions to the leaders.
I'll have in-depth interviews with Rishi Sunak and Keir Starmer too in the battle for number 10.
And a new wig as well,
news
Hen.
at 10 in Grimsby too, including a first look at what the newspapers made of it.
Get the full story fast on the battle
gonna
for
look a
number
little
10
bit weighty
this
there.
Wednesday live from Grimsby.
Now, 4 American teachers from a small Iowa university have been injured in a stabbing attack in a public park in northeast China's Jilin.
Oh, that sounds cool.
Our Asia correspondent Nicole Johnson has the latest.
Well, this is a really unusual attack to have taken place in China. These 4 teachers.
What the Chinese people's eyes look like when they're smoking weed? Do they get even more chinky or do... That's funny, but it's a genuine fucking question. I mean, like, do they go full Biden? Can I open my eyes? Or do they, like, go, like, round eye on us? I'm going to have to take a fucking good good weed to China. Social experiment, Charlie Beach.
When they were stabbed, we don't know who the attacker is or what.
I ain't going to get people high and just film them for shits and giggles. This is a social experiment. It's for the good of humanity. I might even turn my camera off at autofocus.
The motive was. But some pretty dramatic picture has come out on social media outside of China because it's censored inside China.
Did well there with
and you can see
bodies.
Those teachers lying on the ground. They're bleeding. Some of them
don't
reach
worry,
for their mobile
blurred
phone.
out their faces,
Some people
so you won't have any idea what's happening here, you know. You have no idea that that's bleeding out in the street like dogs.
College. Now, the college has come out and said that it's a serious incident. It doesn't appear to be life-threatening, though.
For children,
and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs here in China
there.
has spoken about it. They're calling it
and here's
a
like some
attack
genetic.
saying that it won't affect the exchange
you would call this like
that
this is the genetic shit from the United Kingdom. This is what we would wipe off our arse.
Development in the northeast
250 years ago.
And now those efforts are underway to try and get those teachers on a plane, get them stabilised, and get them sent home.
But this is the genetic discharge.
Now, booze bans, travel restrictions and riot police. These are just some of the measures being prepared by German police ahead of the European Championships, with England's opening match against Serbia regarded as one of the most high-risk fixtures. Our Europe correspondent Siobhan Robbins reports.
WWTC.
In the German city of Gelsenkirchen, the spectators are
number 55. Elaborate, my man.
Police carefully watch over the crowd at this potentially volatile clash. At the gates, fans are randomly checked for weapons and booze. Inside, officers are on alert for troublemakers, honing in on a group of masked ultras gathering in the stands. This is where England will play their first game of the Euros against Serbia.
Copyrighted shit, innit?
Risk. So police are using this league match as a test run.
I think it's a very high-risk game because of the history, because of the
Yes, baby. We're going to be kicking off like a motherfucker. Right, so England are going to get done in on the park and off the park, which I'm not happy to see happen, but I am, if that makes it. It's the press. See if it wasn't for the English press, see if it was the football team and the fans, I could get fully on board and fucking Rule Britannia get behind the fucking English cunts.
For high-risk matches,
Soon as the English press get in touch with all the fucking middle class fucking muppets bumping their fucking gums, and they're setting England farts in the wrong direction. They're the worst team ever. Oh, no, I get it. They make money. It's all about the dough. It's about the hits and the clicks, yada yada yada. But it doesn't stop it doing my tits in.
It's been far better. We had no arrests in Qatar, and we had very few arrests in the tournament.
They fucking chopped their fucking hands off.
From fan violence to terror attacks,
from Germany in the other hand, man.
Across Germany are training for a range of threats.
I predict a riot. Oh, hold on, whose song was it? I predict a riot. I predict a riot. I really do predict a mega riot. Scotland fans again will just think their own wee enclave, get pissed and fucking loving it up everybody. But the England fucking Looney Tunes, they'll be Rule Britannia
in
shit.
Sheringham, where England has its base camp, police have also been doing drills.
Oh no,
they say the tense global situation makes security more complex.
Kaiser Chiefs, I predict a riot at set time.
In my opinion, the risk is definitely
but I do like because of it's on the cards, isn't it, man? The fucking shit's going to kick off like a motherfucker. England are going to get put out the group stages. The fans are going to take it out on whatever they can and just act like fucking twats, as England fans always predictably do.
Siobhan Robbins, Sky
No offence to idiot England fans, but that's exactly
Figures
what
out
you
this morning show that unemployment rate has unexpectedly risen.
I'd love the bookies to take fucking my money, but they won't, man.
A record number of people are now not in work since the pandemic, largely due to
no doubt it'll be World War II shit, Germany stuff thrown in for a good bit of measure.
Costing the economy millions.
You know, and then you just get the Rule Britannia fucking idiocracy, little England.
Inactive.
Probably even get Nigel Farage flags and everything.
Michael is unemployed and lives alone. He's just enough space for his hobbies.
Keeps you busy, you know what I mean? It's something to do. Between that, teaching myself a bit of Latin and whatever else. It just
Russians? What country's that, mate? I'm pretty sure that country doesn't exist right now.
And says he wants a job.
There's bad people in Ukraine.
To be on the door and have to do anything.
But apart from that, I don't think
you know your money and when it's going to run out.
Here's a real question. Has Russia been excluded for these euros? I really don't know.
Front line in a workforce crisis driven by long-term
I really don't know.
Health.
Economically inactive for the last 4 weeks, and there's no chance of you going back to work in the next 2 weeks. Is that right?
That's holding the economy back.
Got to make it to determine it.
They get used to that pot of money that's coming in, and it's very difficult with the cost of living crisis at the moment. Sometimes it is a bit of a vicious circle that they want to work full time, but ultimately they'll be worse off with the benefits being taken off them.
It makes it feel like work doesn't pay.
You could say
it's
that,
weird,
yeah,
isn't
but
it? Yeah, you could say that, yeah.
At the end of
it's
the
like,
week.
I know people that work fucking socks off and shit now. They're trying to support one child and they'll get 2 jobs, and you know what? They still need to get working tax credits, and even then, man, they can't fucking afford shit. It's weird. It's really weird. But the cost of living's went up, you know, in real terms, fake terms, everything went. It's went. The cost of living's went up. You know, it's great. You know. Women are liberated now. They can coach. Like kids don't have a fucking homestead. 2 parents are out working. Can he fucking make a cross? It's great. This is really like we've liberated the families. All vaginas are now like that, bam, 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 like button makers. Boom, boom, boom. All the fannies are just boop, 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 popping out buttons left, right, and centre. The button manufacturer, the wages have went down because competition for fucking places have went up because we've now got the vaginas in the workforce. Fuck the kids. Kids will take care of themselves, and if they don't take care of themselves, what we'll do is we'll give you a wee bit of free childcare. So we'll indoctrinate you into the workforce and then we'll give you a wee boy here a childcare back. Something doesn't sound right here, man. That sounds weird ass fucking crackpot. It almost sounds like people are working for the corporations and not the people.
Or any of the parties really addressing this?
It's weird, isn't it? It's almost like the society worldwide is based on turning you into a productive slave. And turning the cogs a wee bit more. Turning the cogs a wee bit more productively. Fuck the children, we'll give you tokens to make a stranger part of the end. We'll employ somebody. You can be employed, but so you can your employment money can get then pay for somebody to employ to look after your own children.
Bringing the benefits.
Oh, it's a great scam, man. I mean, like all you do is need to keep turning those fucking cogs. Turning those cogs, and then like once you went
signed off with mental health issues. So the Prime Minister has talked about not making
nothing that an Alex Jones episode has they told people
into a medical condition. Mel Stride, who was on this morning, has got plans to make the sick note regime to reform it, to make it harder, one assumes, to get signed off. They talked about bringing in a new cadre of health and work professionals. Quite what that means, who exactly that means, it remains to be seen who would then decide whether you could be signed off. At the moment, it's a GP, essentially, who does it. There are...
And then that sort of economic structure, right? Only the weak fucking obey, and the other cunts go into
back into work because
the untaxable economy, let's say.
Where
you do what you can, when you can, as you can, when you can, as you can, when you can, as much as you can to get by. They churn and then
simply, particularly with the kind of work, lower paid. And much
it's just no accident.
The numbers don't add up.
It's just no accident.
Just
the weak will succumb, man.
The economic gains
if you're weak-willed, man, you will bow over and fucking go and stack yourselves in Tesco.
1 million vacancies in the economy as of today's estimates. But
do what they need to do to turn the cogs in other ways.
650,000 than before the pandemic have dropped out of the workplace. That's a mismatch, and we're simply not going to get the economy moving forward as long as that many people have dropped out and are not available to fill roles. It takes us into at the other end of into questions about immigration and the NHS's ability to keep the workforce fit. This is an all-encompassing issue, and whoever is in charge on July the 5th will have to tackle it if they're to get the economy moving and address some of the social ills that go with it.
Paul, thanks a lot. Paul Kelso there. You're watching Sky News Today. Coming up, we're going to be crossing back to Silverstone as the Conservative Party launches its election manifesto, tries to get its campaign back on track.
Westminster may seem a long way from Grimsby and Cleethorpes, but...
Right. Who's Benny Gantz? That's a guy that just jumped ship. Like, oh god, look, this looks peaceful. There's a fucking funny costume dude in the fucking background, man. That looks well cool.
Conditions. We have provided over $25 million of food and medical aid since October 7th to the West Bank. And a Jordanian Army field hospital is operating in Nablus. This is in addition to almost $75 million direct Jordanian assistance to Gaza since the war began, where we also operate 2 medical field hospitals in the north and the south.
No offence, mate.
And here again,
I'm pretty sure
we must warn that without the action of everyone present today, West Bank tensions could escalate into a larger conflict that will leave a far more devastating impact on the region.
Nah.
My friends,
you gotta be wrong, mate.
We cannot abandon Gaza.
Please work. Homina, Shalom.
Mr. Benjamin Netanyahu is reaffirming the US's top to the latest Gaza ceasefire proposal. Hamas says it's ready for talks.
We have the prospect of an immediate ceasefire, building toward an enduring one, and tremendous relief.
Fuck you, Al Jazeera.
Building toward an enduring one, and tremendous relief.
Israeli forces and armed groups in Gaza after the raid to free 4 captives that killed 274 Palestinians on Saturday. On the ground. In Gaza, the fighting continues. More injured Palestinians are brought to Al-Aqsa Hospital in Deir al-Balah. And the search is on for Malawi's vice president after his plane goes missing in a remote mountainous region.
How many world leaders are going to start? When are the world leaders going to stop flying out the sky? My video got removed from TikTok. I feel sorry for the Jews. I don't know if it's...
The US Secretary of State Antony Blinken says Israel's Prime Minister has reaffirmed his commitment to a ceasefire proposal for Gaza. Blinken has been meeting Israeli leaders, including Benjamin Netanyahu. The US Secretary of State says Hamas's earlier support for a UN-approved resolution was, quote, a hopeful sign.
Everyone's vote is in, except for one vote, and that's Hamas. And that's what we wait for. It is on Hamas to move forward with this proposal or not. And it's very clear what, as I said, virtually the entire international community wants to see, and of course what so many families want to see. And it's also what the people of Gaza so desperately need.
The United Nations Human Rights Office says Israeli forces and Palestinian armed groups may have committed war crimes during Israeli raid on Nusayrat. The raid freed 4 Israeli captives who'd been held in Gaza since October. Palestinian health officials say 274 Palestinians were killed in the operation. We're going to go to Imran Khan from the Jordanian capital. Imran, let's talk about Antony Blinken, this efforts for the ceasefire. One would imagine that he might arguably have a stronger hand following that UN Security Council vote.
What are you suggesting,
now, of course, we're going to have to see how that's going to play out.
What are you pointing out there, pal?
That's absolutely right. In Israel, it's a very muted response to the UN Security Council resolution. In fact, the only real response is coming from Antony Blinken, who's quoting the Israeli
I don't know your
saying,
point, GG.
we reaffirm our commitment to the ceasefire proposal. That is in complete contrast with the last 3 resolutions where Israel accused the UN of being anti-Israeli and anti-Semitic. A furious reaction to those, but this is different because it was brought by the United States. So it's very difficult for them to actually criticize this, considering Israel says that the United States is its greatest ally. Now, whilst all of that's going on, there is still concern in Israel about the 3 phases. Now, they might be able to commit to the first phase, which is a 6-week
pointing out the contrail, but I don't know where it's leading.
The third phase, which is the reconstruction of Gaza and a permanent ceasefire with Israeli forces withdrawing from the Gaza Strip, is much more of a difficult pill for the Israelis to swallow. So there is still a gap between Israel and Hamas, but the Americans are really pushing the fact that the onus is on Hamas. They need to step up. They need to come to the table. They say they're willing to send negotiators, but still Antony Blinken says Hamas must come to the table. That's likely to be a strategy that was developed over Antony Blinken's meetings with the Prime Minister, Defense Minister, etc. in Israel to try and deflect criticism away from Israel, to try and make them to be the guys that are willing to go and get the deal done. It's Hamas that's the problem.
Let's talk about this Israeli raid that happened on Saturday, where the 4 Israeli hostages were released. 274 Palestinians said to have died during that. Now the UN saying that possible war crimes have been committed by both sides during that raid.
When it comes to the old Rangers Celtic,
the UN
Catholic,
have issued a statement by the Human Rights Office saying they are profoundly shocked by the toll of the Israeli operation to free the captives. They talk about the fact that the death toll was so high, and they say that could amount to a potential war crime, but they also say that we're profoundly shocked at the impact of civilians on the Israeli forces' operation. Hundreds of Palestinians, many of them civilians, were reportedly killed and injured. That's according to Jeremy Lawrence. He's the spokesperson.
There's no denying what they are.
Furthermore, by holding hostages in such densely populated areas, the armed groups doing so are putting the lives of Palestinian civilians as well as the
purposes of propaganda, people need to
added risk from hostilities. All of these actions by both parties may account to war crimes. Very, very strong
discussion about their reason for being, their purpose, just like Hamas, you know.
Imran, thanks very much.
Everybody just wants to scatter Britain and go to terrorists.
Well, as we were just talking about, the United Nations Security Council has approved that US-backed proposal
just
for a
wake up one
ceasefire
morning
in
and go,
Gaza.
hey, hello,
hello,
Mommy Abdul,
from UN headquarters in New York.
What do you want to be when you don't? I want to be a martyr.
A proposed ceasefire in Gaza,
you know,
presented by the United States, wins support from the Illuminati. A clear diplomatic victory for the Americans,
people that are trying to control
previous attempts to stop the fighting.
Your opinions.
Over the past 8 months, this council has
wow,
often
man,
faced
you've ever seen a fucking dude in a fucking wig and a dress
notice
so badly than her. I've clocked her a few times, man.
But there's another
she
side to this
pretty,
story, because
you know.
today we adopted the 4th resolution
fucking
on this conflict.
Algeria,
Stop wearing
the
a
Arab
wig.
group representative
I'm
on the
pretty sure that's a
council,
wig.
sided with the U.S. draft, almost guaranteeing it would receive overwhelming support from other council members.
Oh, fuck, sorry, I'm getting fucking distracted by how ugly she is. But he's making me feel fucking sexy again, fuck's sake.
Because we believe
I'm not saying that out loud. I don't mean to be mean, but I'm fucking...
toward an immediate and lasting ceasefire.
After the vote, the Palestinian ambassador welcomed any news that could silence the guns and the suffering of Palestinian people.
The number one item in that resolution is to have a ceasefire, to end this fighting, and we are determined with our friends to make it a long-lasting, permanent ceasefire.
Russia wanted an unconditional and permanent ceasefire, but chose to not veto the U.S. draft, choosing instead to abstain.
What specifically has Israel agreed to? Perhaps we will hear from the Israeli representative. The Council should not sign up to any agreement that has vague parameters. Essentially, this agreement gives carte blanche on details we don't have.
At the UN on Monday, the U.S. said repeatedly that Israel had agreed to the terms of the deal. But after the vote, it was unclear if Israel would abide by the resolution.
Israel will not engage in meaningless and endless negotiations which can be exploited by Hamas as a means to stall for time.
Oh,
Security
you know
Council
she's a proper Israeli when she can't say Hamas. It has to be Hamas. It's like I still get into trouble when I say Loch Lomond. You know, it's not Loch Lomond, it's Loch Lomond. According to fucking most Scots, I'm the odd one out. I can call it Loch Lomond. No, Lomond or Hamas.
Resolutions are binding international law, but their impact often depends on implementation. That will be particularly the case.
My presenting style is that of America. I sound like everything. It's the best thing in the world. Yes, even though my hair's a bit sketchy, I can talk, but I'm pretty sure I'm like the American Jim White. Nobody really sounds this way. It's manufactured because of a furniture company. That's Jim White. That's Jim White's accent.
With this one, the United States says they will work.
Does anyone in America really sound like that? It's almost like Jim White. I really don't know whether to buy a fucking a chair or to stare.
Directly with Israel to make sure it lives up to its obligations in the resolution. And the U.S. also says it expects that Qatar and Egypt, two countries that have played an important role in trying to bring about peace, will also continue to liaise with Hamas.
Man, I need to fucking sort my mohawk out, man, otherwise I'm not going to be able to take the piss out of people's hair anymore.
An emergency conference to coordinate the humanitarian response to Israel's war on
I'm just
Gaza.
not going to be in a position to talk.
US Secretary of State Blinken is expected to attend and will hold talks with leaders of Jordan and Egypt. We're going to get an update from Bernard Smith, who's joining us now from the Dead Sea. So what's the overall purpose of the conference, first of all, Bernard?
Rob, this conference has been titled A Call for Action. The organisers say the purpose is to standardise procedures, identify needs and seek commitment for a collective response to address the humanitarian.
Something noteworthy. Right. I love talk sport as white noise. And that kind of... Anyway, long story short, the Rupert Murdoch right-wing dominated press, one of their memes very early on, with all the pro-Palestinian protests and shit. One of their memes was, especially big fat fucking Mike Graham, who anyway. One of their sticks was, they don't even know what river or what sea they're talking about. And then, like, that came to a halt very quickly when they realised people did know what river, people did know what sea, and that argument was very fucking strong. And they've even dropped. They've had to drop it because it was so ridiculous and it was getting no traction. The shite that from a river to the sea, Palestine will be free. That was the initial attempt was to brand that anti-Semitic, stupid fucking Arab African fucks, Muslim morons chopping off women's fucking clitorises. Barbaric, horrible, but rocking around fucking chopping that fucking young fucking bucks fucking foreskins. Get in there, my son. Fucking disgusting, man. Mutilating children, and especially their genitalia, man. I don't know why I'm being that Pacific, but fucking hell. Mutilating fucking people is fucking bad at the best of times, man, but fucking being fucking genitalia Pacific. Fucking, I would love. Let me pick my. I was going to say that. Well, tongue in cheek. I'd put a bullet in every fucking cunt's heads that fucking mutilated a fucking kid's genitalia voluntarily because of a magic man in the fucking sky. Do you know what I mean? I grew up with some Fenians, right? And some of the Fenians I grew up with. One of them had a very heavy problem every time he hit a hard on. You know what I mean? A young guy, you don't even have fucking control over your dick, man. Your dick like boom. He went through some pain because he was a stupid ass Fenian, and his mom and dad lopped his fucking foreskin off because of some stupid Fenian ass backward fucking retard doctrine, and every time he hit a hard on as a young buck, he was in pain, absolute pain and distress. Fenians love that, sorry, I'm going to Fenian bash right now. Fenians fucking love that, because they want you to feel shy and embarrassed about having a hard on and where to stick your plunger and all that jazz. That's Fenians. That's religion doctrine 101, That's the reason why fucking Robert the Bruce stuck a fucking knife in some fucking daft Fenian cunt's back, blah, 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 and fucking plunged him. And that's why Robert the Bruce rose to the top and be king of Scotland, away from the Fenian retarded doctrine. Anyway, sorry, that's I'll beat up other religions at some point as well, man, but I'm particularly good at doing it to the Fenian variety, man, because I've witnessed their retardation firsthand. As I said, man, grew up with a fucking lot of stinky Fenians, and one of my pals growing up, man, before we even knew what hard-ons were, I knew what pain of circumcision was before I knew what a fucking hard-on was. I've seen him yell putting fucking pain and all that, man. Disgusting. Right, hold on. Let's get back to Al Jazeera. Maybe they'll drop some dead babies and some bodies and babies in front of me to distract me from pointing out the retardation of Christianity in our own fucking, on our own doorstep. Like before, like pointing out the brown people in boats are retarded as well for all the mutilation shit they want to do, shipping motherfuckers back off to fucking Nigeria, little girls to get their fucking fannies snipped and all that. Disgusting, man. Disgusting. What kind of fucking magic man in the sky tells you to go and mutilate your fucking children? Huh?
Humanitarian situation in Gaza, a humanitarian situation the organisers describe as under great pressure, and they warn that an extended conflict and the scale of harm being caused is also having grave implications for regional peace and security in the immediate and near-term future. So they say really that of the 75 states taking part and 75 international organisations taking part, they're trying to get them all to coordinate their response to the needs in Gaza. And they say particularly the delivery of humanitarian assistance is severely hindered. We know that hardly any aid trucks have been getting in for the last month or so. Some days nothing, some days a few dozen. And they say this is unpredictable.
6,666 people.
Israel, of course, we know that most of the complaints about why aid is not getting in as quickly as it should is because Israel is delaying it. Rob?
But I'm just looking through the list of speakers there for the opening ceremony. These are very, very sort of heavy hitters, for want of a better phrase, in diplomatic terms. There's got to be a lot of public speaking about this. Talk to us about what might be happening behind the scenes.
Can you point out on the
teddy this has been set up to the priority, as they say here, is discussing this humanitarian situation in Gaza. Of course, the main obstacle to improving the humanitarian situation in Gaza is a ceasefire, and it's the lack of a ceasefire that is on everybody's mind. And when Anthony Blinken gets here this afternoon, he's due in about an hour or so to listen to the speeches of some of the regional leaders. It's going to be a very rare opportunity for him to meet those Middle Eastern leaders all in the same place at the same time. You've got the Egyptian President al-Sisi, you've got Qatar's leaders, you've got leaders from from Mahmoud Abbas, the Palestinian president, a Jordanian king, all here. Blinken will be able to find time with all of them. He wants them to put pressure on Hamas. Blinken.
Right. How many jokes is that name alone? Blinken. Number one, Blinken's got his blinkers on, you know, he rocks up that. Anyway.
We already know, as says, that the Israelis have agreed to this outline peace ceasefire deal, although Netanyahu still says he's going to carry on until Hamas is destroyed.
Right. You have the donkey, and then you have the fucking man donkeys. God love fucking poverty. Where's the Tesla? Where's the self-driving donkeys? That's what I want to know, man. When is it going to be legal in whatever the Dead Sea? I heard that place is quite lively. Where's the self-driving donkeys?
Nevertheless, Blinken says the onus is on Hamas, and he hopes he can leverage pressure here at this meeting.
Bernard, thanks very much. Bernard Smith there. Let's bring in Hassan Barari. He's a professor of international affairs at Qatar University. He's joining us now live from Amman. Good to have you with us, as always. So we've heard that Israel's Prime Minister has apparently reaffirmed his commitment to the ceasefire proposal, or at least he's told Anthony Blinken that. Hamas is saying that it is looking favourably on the ceasefire proposal as well. In your assessment, in terms of getting the two sides to agree publicly to this, how close are we?
Well, it is very positive that the Israelis and the Palestinians agree to the UN Security Council resolution. But the problem here is that they need to negotiate the details and the steps to be taken down the road. And this is
and your money's gone, or the political will's gone.
In the details, because this is the negotiation itself is a process that would be probably influenced by the interest of either Hamas or Israel, and this probably will guarantee the failure of the second, at least stage 2. I think
morning unicorn is
still
fucking morning
afternoon, mate. 6 weeks of a quiet.
You just broke the threshold to
to restore and secure the release of the hostages. But the problem with stage 2 onward is Israel committed really in principle to a permanent ceasefire, and the answer is no. Until this moment, all statements coming from the Israelis.
This is the sign of my fucking Christian upbringing, man. When I fucking think of donkey, I just think of like songs. Little donkey, little donkey.
It's a far-right-wing government in Israel, where
there's some fucking
ministers
there's some programming in my head about a donkey somewhere.
I think there are a lot of bad faith.
What does a donkey have to do with Jesus as well?
When it comes to stage 2, so
the concept of a
permanent
donkey definitely has something to do with Jesus. Little donkey.
Publicly, there seems to be a tremendous amount of pressure on
Hamas. Deep-seated programming, and I'm
Hamas to make the final decision on this. Joe Biden has said the same thing in a message on X this morning. But where do you think the pressure actually lies? Because the Netanyahu government, as you've been describing, has essentially been kind of backing away slightly from something that the US says it has already agreed to.
Well, the point here is that I don't have that Hamas has the luxury or can afford not to be seen as cooperating with a decision resolution.
Man, don't talk about the baby Jesus like that, man. You upset some folk that believe in that shit.
Is talking about the ceasefire and also recovery of Gaza and the.
There will actually be some fucking godmothers out there fucking upset about that shit.
People, they want to have
talking about a donkey in his mouth.
From the war.
So what was it? The Virgin Mary.
Although Israel.
She never got her North Star breached. The Virgin Mary, did she know ride into Bethlehem on a donkey or something? Oh my God, man, that fucking indoctrination works. I grew up a prodigy as well, man, and yet I still know about fucking donkeys and Mary and virgin births. What is going on?
Has one
fucking hell, man. Fucking religious motherfuckers have picked their way with me.
The Americans are trying to blame them for any failure, so I think they're going to cooperate.
Hassan Barari, we appreciate the analysis. Thank you very much indeed.
The analysis? Sure. All I did was hear I have donkey.
Palestinians have been taken to Al-Aqsa Hospital along with the bodies of the dead following
What hospital, man? Is it no all rubble? Have they no managed to rubbleize that whole gaff yet? I want my money back for these bombs. They don't seem to be working. We should have rubbleized this fucking...
The Israeli army says that 4 of its soldiers
have been killed and 5 have been seriously wounded
in an explosion in Rafah. More than 650 Israeli soldiers have died in Gaza since the start of the war. We're going to go to central Gaza now to speak to Hind Chaudhry, who's live for us in Deir al-Balah. Just bring us up to date with the latest on the fighting on the ground.
Man or woman?
Well, the last couple of airstrikes were
Women.
Concentrated in the middle area where
Until
we
I heard
are
the
right
voice,
now.
it was
There was
definitely
one huge, massive explosion on Al-Maghazi entrance, a couple of other airstrikes in Al-Zawaida, and an injury
and why do I
was
think she
transferred
fucking
into
should get
Al-Aqsa
a part
Hospital.
in
But let me
Young
describe what
Guns
it means
3?
to target the middle area. We're talking about a place that 1 million Palestinians evacuated from.
Although
In the past month, and they all came to the middle area.
I think I'm
because
still
it was
safety
designated
joking
as
about this.
safe by the
I think
Israeli
there's still
forces.
safety.
For the past couple of days,
Too
it
soon?
has been intense in the middle area. There has been also gunfire from gun machines in Nusayrat refugee camp. The Nusayrat, Deir al-Balah, Az-Zawaida, and all of the areas in the middle area are being targeted, but at the same time there are millions of Palestinians displaced, striving to find a safe place. But Palestinians are telling us they do not know where to go. They can't go more north or
After
more
about
south,
2 taps
and they're
of the
trapped
rubble,
in the middle area.
you're probably safe to set up camp in the rubble.
People are in a state of fear,
if I was in Palestine,
of panicking,
I'd be
of
camping in the
frustration,
rubble.
and also the humanitarian aspects
In the
on all
hope that
levels
they've rubbleized it already. In fact, fuck that. I'd be sticking on my big rubber nose. So, if I went I'd be letting, man. No problem at all, man. I'd be letting to Judonia fucking no problem. I'd be wearing my Scotland top like that. Yeah, hell, Justines, let me fucking in, you fucking Jews.
Palestinians by Israeli forces. The killing happened late on Monday, injuring at least other Palestinians.
Don't you know what fucking my king done for you, you
Israeli forces
pricks?
claim they targeted
That's
Palestinians
right,
who tried to
for the
carry
same
out
country
a
as
car-ramming
Balfour,
attack on an
motherfucker.
illegal settlement.
Let
the
me
day
into
before.
my
Normandy
gaff.
is live for us in
Like he's a rubbleizing these fucking brown cunts.
Coming to a halt after that attack, Noor.
Absolutely, Nick. This attack has really brought life to a halt, especially here in the small town of Kufr, where people were really shocked by the attack that killed 4 people,
really shocked
but also
by the attack.
The bodies of those 4 men who have been murdered by Hamas have been taken
this is really
by
new.
Israeli occupation forces. I'm joined by
can't believe
Hassan
the
Abada,
people
who's
that
the
are
uncle of one of those
genocide,
men who were killed,
ethnic
and also
cleansing,
his neighbor.
this area of
His
the
home
world.
was taken
Can't
over
believe.
by the Israeli forces during the attack.
You see these areas of the world that is called occupied Palestine. Can you believe that the people are killing cunts?
About the whole situation and the Israeli forces, what have they done? The Israeli forces have committed a big crime because of the support of this extremist government that is allowing everything to be happen. I was outside my door with some kids, 7 years and 5 years,
wooden leg,
some of the kids of our
and the Israelis just mowed you down.
We were shocked to see special Israeli forces storming. The kids and children started crying, and they are using their weapons to threaten us. They went into the roof of my house, and then they came inside the house, and they shot this car. This car was helping other people to carry a martyr or to rescue the martyr before his death.
Oh, that's a good drinking game,
martyr.
martyr.
My house, and then they killed those people, and after that, those who were on the roof,
you know what? I'm sitting watching genocide happening and all that, man, and my head is going to a bag of chips. I've no bag of chips is a fucking deal as fuck.
Mr. Ghassan, this is an assassination that has never been done in the village before.
Genocide. Shut up, man. I'm talking about chips. Fucking important. Man, the last time I bought a bag of chips, and you know, like, you're like, I'm buying a bag of chips. Cheap, cheerful, fucking fill a hole. It was like fucking £4 or some shit, man. I'm like, what? Same way fucking Greg's pasties. Some fucking Duncan Valentine prick got a hold of Greggs and went, no, we can't just have like a wee cheap, cheerful fucking bakery. What we need to do is double the price and make it look like McDonald's. Right, boom, and it's done. So now Greggs, double the price, same shit, same fucking shit pasty, same fucking fill the whole crap. Double the price, but it looks like Greggs. Masterclass. Anyway, let's get... Oh, sorry. Chips and pasties, well more important than
the bodies. And the other crime is they prevent us from paying tribute to the martyrs.
But what about your Greggs, mate? I know your family's probably deed and all that shit, and your house is probably bulldozed, and your life expectancy is probably very small. But what about your local Greggs? What's your pasty? What's your patty pasty ratio? That? Yeah. Oh, I've just cracked it. That's what they should do in the papers. You know, all these stats and all that to talk about. They should do a patty pasty ratio. Right? Then hold on. Is this?
4 or 3.
She looks kind of sad. Maybe it might be worth listening.
Be able to lay them to rest, and this is
price gouging, exactly. Patty pasty ratio.
Bodies of Palestinians continue to be detained by.
Fuck that! Patty pasty ratio. I don't care about patty pasty Palestinian ratio. Maybe there's a wee equation in there as well.
Most of Khan Yunis in southern Gaza. Israeli troops withdrew from the area 2 months ago, and the city became a refuge for the displaced. Many had already been forced to flee repeatedly. Charles Stratford has this report.
Exhausted, traumatized faces. Children and their parents sell what
they can't get fucking. They are having to pay for the fucking roof for pasties as well. I feel their pain. You know. It's ridiculous what Greggs are doing to the world. That, you know, you can't just be a common man in a fucking dust bowl, shithole, war zone. You can't just be a common man looking for a pasty. I mean, what's happening to the world? Fucking. I mean, look, that's cunt. Fucking try to take him out, try to take Greg's past. Try to take. Hold on. I want to hear. Abdul, what are you saying?
Destroyed, as you can see. I try to work in repairing watches, my son's work, and even my little daughter.
Mate, my watch is fine. What about your pasty making ability? Can you do a steak bake?
Mohammed and his family, like the estimated
Mohammed, I would have put money on it.
and time again.
You mean it?
For sure, threats are still surrounding all of us, regardless of which area we are in. We're still facing dangers, no matter where we are. Soon I will be 60 years old, and I need nothing from this life.
Fuck you, mate! Fuck you! You should be on Joe Rogan talking about fucking how you're fucking your miracle to fucking looking like fucking 12-year-old. You fucking Mohammed motherfucker. I want some of his life serum. So, let me get this straight. Staying in a shithole war zone where your life expectancy is lower than an average Glaswegian, which is saying something. Your life expectancy being... In fact, do you know what, by the way? I'm acting like I have to go to the fucking internet here. Right, I'm going to... life expectancy of a Glaswegian. I'll put in the East End, right? I don't want to get too geographical, right? I don't know how to spell that, so I'm going to do that. Because we're number one, man. We're up there with the fucking... $76.6. Right. Life expectancy. Now, the funny thing is, there we go. We're beating it by 76. 3 years. Yeah, baby. You can expect to live as a male because a vagina's got a free pass, you know what I mean? The fucking, all these vaginas floating about, you know, like, oh, we don't get paid the same in our fucking work and all that. You don't die at the same rate, hen, as well, man. You're not expected to fucking rock up and fucking die and run into machine gun nests and shit, man. You're just expected to lay on your back and pump out the veins. But anyway, sorry, that's my wee misogynistic fucking rant as well. But I ain't too far apart. It isn't too far apart. 73-year-old, 76-year-old in Glasgow. I ain't that too far apart, man. So, like, my heart stopped pumping piss for the Palestinians when I started fucking giving a fuck about the shit on my own doorstep, which would be me and my other kin around me, dropping like droves, man. Fuck. I've lost probably more than I know, right? But what I know about, I've lost 2 cousins, one in their 30s, a year older than me when he popped his clogs, and another one who either late 30s or early 40s. It's 2 of my cousins, man. Not to mention the fucking friends dropping like fucking flies left, right and centre as well, man. Not to mention my own direct fucking family, man. Or dropping in their fucking late 50s, early 60s. On a good day, you know. I don't even know how I got distracted there, but anyway, I did. Lavrov. I know this guy's name, I do not know.
GDP.
Aye, so my heart doesn't pump piss for. My heart pumps
Everybody
piss for fucking
knows
shit
the facts that testify to the fact that BRICS members are the drivers of global economy. According to different data, this year the average global growth rates of BRICS continue to exceed significantly the global economic growth rate. The Russian chairship planned some 20 events. 70 events have already taken place, including on such priority areas as nuclear medicine, climate, sustainable development, peaceful exploration of the outer space, and a number of other initiatives. In April this year, there was the BRICS International Movie Festival. In May, we had the Academic Forum, and today there's the opening of the Educational Ministers meeting, and tomorrow we start the BRICS Sports Games in the city of Kazan. These are just a few events that we carry out within our chairship. In line with the 2023 Johannesburg arrangements, we reviewed the work to finalize modalities for the new category, namely the BRICS partner states. Let me note that the number of states that are interested in engaging in our work is constantly growing, and it is moved closer to 30. All our BRICS friends understand that this demand should be met in a positive way, and we will keep up with our efforts in this direction. We will prepare the relevant recommendations to the summit that will take place in Kazan on October 22nd to 24th. We feel the support of partners who are ready to further work to strengthen the whole gamut of our projects, be it policy and security, economy and finance, or cultural and people-to-people exchange. Following the BRICS session that we had yesterday, we adopted a concise joint statement that reflected the process of BRICS members on topical issues of the global agenda in the spirit of assessments that I've just outlined.
This
the
is
work
why
in the
World War III is
extended
happening,
format, and that
if you were
gives me
King
special
Dong
satisfaction,
and fucking
was,
Little Dong came along
very
like that, we're going to
positive.
outgrow you
Everybody
shortly.
was guided
You'd be
by
like that.
consensus, even in
Backhand
the
or
most
slapping
complex issues reflected in the text.
And that's what
I
we're witnessing.
kindly advise all media representatives to pay special attention to this document, to the joint statement from your reports from Nizhny
Building
Novgorod,
bricks.
and
Sounds
as you
like
analyze
fucking
the outcome of our joint
Sir Keir
work
Starmer's
here.
fucking
With that, I'm
manifesto.
ready to take your
Building
questions, but
bricks.
before we begin the Q&A, I would like
Right, so
to
that's a
once
BRICS
again
summit.
express my appreciation to the
live.
leadership of the
Pretty
Nizhny
much
Novgorod
just
region
stating
and
the
the
obvious.
city of Nizhny Novgorod,
And
to
it's
the
in
governor
Russia.
personally, for the warm welcome and for the wonderful arrangements of this event. Everybody noted this specifically in their addresses. Thank you. Dear colleagues, let's get on to the questions. We give the floor to journalists from each BRICS member state among those who are present here. We start with Russian journalist Anna Voronina, Russia 24. Hello, Madam Zakharova, Mr. Lavrov, Foreign Minister of Hungary, in his address to the Baku Energy Week. He had a very bright address, and he said that today, amid existing conflicts,
I've lost the context of that DJ, man.
new
I'm just
blocs are emerging in the world. They oppose
fill in the
each other.
blanks myself.
Previously, we talked about hegemony that the world moves away from, but it looks like it switches from unipolarity to bipolarity. What should we do to preserve the principle of multipolarity, including in BRICS?
Hiding behind a fucking
You know,
mobile phone.
Multipolarity is not something that depends on
It's a weird
the
psychological
wishes,
thing. It's like,
preferences of a state, of
you
a
don't
group
feel
of
that
states.
person's going to punch you
Multipolarity
directly in the nose if you're standing there and you've got a mobile phone
is
between you and the
an
person that's going
objectively
to fucking
developing
smack the
historical
fuck out of you for
process
being a twat.
that
is
cannot
aimed
be
at Charlie
stopped.
Beach.
However, the West, by hook or by crook, tries to halt it in order to extend its hegemony, to prolong it.
It is a big
That
poof.
has been proclaimed as the
Fucking
ultimate
artistic
goal
fucking
of the US
ninja
and its
men
allies.
protecting
Without
them.
any qualms, they are saying that we should not change the world order,
See if
with
you
the
were sick
US having
and
a
sadistic
preeminent role, as well as
and
NATO
wanted
and
to,
the
like,
European Union. That
just, like,
is a
point and laugh
purely
at some cunt in
neo-colonial
distress
mindset
because,
that is
like,
manifested in
that's
many
the-
actions of
that's
the
the whole
West.
shtick.
The West is the one
Everybody's
who
heard of
tries
your
to divide the
Achilles,
world
isn't
into various blocks. You can recall that lately,
Right.
although we haven't seen
Yeah.
it quite
Obviously,
recently,
most
the
people's
US
books,
has convened
shoes,
various
and
summits
all
for
that jazz.
democracy. They
covers your
unilaterally invited participants. As for the
if you
criteria
were to
for
rock up
the invitation, there was
clandestinely
only
behind
one
some cunt
criteria: their loyalty to the US, and
just went
primarily
like
their
that,
loyalty
man.
to the Joe Biden's Democratic
Small, but
administration.
sharp
As for the
blade.
rest, they were described as autocracies.
right across
By the
back
same
of, like,
token,
their heel, their
of bloc
exposed bit.
division, there is the notorious statement of
You'd be sitting
EU chief
pissing yourself
diplomat
laughing watching
Joseph
them hopping
Borrell
about for a
that
good bit. man.
Europe is a blossoming garden surrounded by jungles. Let us not forget about the statement of
Many people
US
walk in a
State
straight line.
Secretary Blinken. He stated that those
You
who
probably wouldn't even
do
know what
not
happened
wish
for
to
the first
be
5 minutes.
at the
Or
negotiating
how funny they
table,
look.
democratic table, does not opt for democratic values,
But that's only if you're sick and
risks
sadistic.
ending up in the menu that will be presented at this democratic table.
Like Charlie Beach.
I haven't heard more racist and neo-colonial statements. It's hard for me to imagine something of this sort. That is why it's not BRICS who is isolating itself from the rest of the world. On the contrary, BRICS is a group of countries who are interested in the justice in the international arena. BRICS do not claim to have a
there's
to be
when
a pole
context counts.
there
I
would
thought
be
fucking number
many
55
poles
was
in the
fucking talking
multiple
about
world
fucking
order.
rating
Today we were
chicken.
talking about
Then
various
realised
processes unfolding in Eurasia
he's talking
as
about
the
barbecue.
fastest growing continent, namely the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, the Eurasian Economic Union, ASEAN.
I love a barbecue as much as the
Gulf
next food, right?
Cooperation
But you want
Council,
I prefer my
and
meat done in a
naturally the
fucking
Commonwealth of Independent
controlled
States,
environment in
as
the
well as
sense
a
that you
host
get
of
it as you
other
want.
integration groups that
You know,
establish
barbecue tends to
relations
be
between
like
each other. They
fucking.
start to harmonize their actions
Obviously, like
on
if you're
the
skeleton, you know
similar
how to
agendas.
fucking
We see the same
cook
approaches on the African continent, where
and
the
all that
African
jazz. You're good.
Union
But typically, a barbecue
gets
is
more
in the
mandate
summertime when every cunt's
and
getting fucking
power
half
in
canned.
organizing the life of the continent
The
and of
caveman and
its
cunts come out and you
participants.
just might
In
poke
the
fire with a
Latin
stick.
American region, there is CELAC.
So
It is gaining the
finesse of
fresh
cooking meat just goes out the
bread,
window and it's like,
especially
fucking
the
burnt. So
proactive
you're typically left
role
with
of
burnt
Brazilian
raw meat.
President Lula da Silva. There is
Not
a
in my
number
watch,
of
by the way, but
sub-regional
well,
integrational
depends how
entities.
calm down.
And when these groups
But
want
my
to rely
favourite-
more on their
My favourite
own
thing on a fucking
powers, on
barbecue,
their
man, is
forces,
fucking
when
corn.
they don't want to be dependent on the
love-
whims and double standards
Man,
used
you
by
can
the
look-
West
Oh, man.
within the
Make me
framework of
salivate. I love
something that's
fucking corn
been
in the cob, man. Fucking
present
business.
for many decades, namely the global
Slathered in butter.
architecture of governance,
Job's a good
namely
one, man.
the
And
World
then if you get it on the
International
barbie,
World
you can get a
Fund,
good wee bit
the
of fucking lump
International
chip on it,
World
man.
Bank, and when all these mechanisms were
flavour.
flagrantly used by the West to advance their self-centered goals using double standards,
But I'm
everybody
pretty sure there's professional
wants
barbecuers out
not to
there
be
that can,
dependent from this mechanism
when the
that
focus
is
is they
led by
get
the
drunk in the sun,
Americans. As I've
cooking the
mentioned,
meat.
the Americans abusing flagrantly these mechanisms. They impose sanctions, they use threats, they make everybody join illegitimate sanctions,
come
and
on,
many
say
other
it,
things.
say
And the
it, a new
globalization
world order.
processes
Come on,
that
Lavrov.
apparently not
Say
so long
BRICS
ago
want a new
brought the
world
world
order. Come
together
on. You know that's going to
are
get
being
fucking
fragmented, divided
conspiratards,
into
arseholes,
regional
fucking twitching
processes.
left, right and centre.
These are processes that allow us to protect the member states in their trade and economic, financial and investment projects, to protect them from arbitrary behavior, from negative, disruptive behavior from abroad. As I've already mentioned, that is an objective process, and BRICS, which brings together countries
Are
of
you
all
talking about your
regions of the
sex
global
life, mate, or
majority,
a barbecue?
has all the opportunities to contribute to the fact that these regional integration groups could build, establish their projects, harmonizing their work gradually. If I may, the BRICS at the global level could play the role of integrating power that does not dictate its approaches,
No, there's nothing worse than that fucking
seeks
drunk.
to unify various
And in my
projects
experience,
and
Glaswegian
processes in
in
various
charge
parts
of
of
the
the globe.
barbecue.
That doesn't mean that BRICS and the
Fucking-
regional integration
Yeah,
structures
it's
that I
maybe
mentioned
focused on
in
poking the
one way
fire
or
with a
another
stick
are
and actually
isolated from the
cooking
West.
shit.
We still have a chance to talk within the United Nations organization, although even then the US and its allies try to replace the collective
Woman, are you
effort
being serious, mate? Are you going
with some
to
kind
go
of
corn?
ideas that they shape
would be
behind closed doors,
immense.
and then they try to impose them through the secretariats of international
The,
organizations that depend
outside,
on them.
very much
But
the
there is a
outside
platform,
looking in.
and when the
I'm led to
West
believe corn.
understands
It's not an
that
easy
their
crop,
efforts
but it's
to
a
preserve
good
hegemony
crop,
by
I don't usually
blackmail
say.
and
It's not
military
the hardest
force
thing to grow.
are doomed to failure, and I hope that this will
Oh,
happen.
here. I'll wrap in.
At some
I'll,
point in
I'll-
time,
I'll-
although
I'll-
not
I'll-
soon,
I'll
I
weave
believe,
in a wee
but
bit of
should this happen,
conspiratardom
and should the
with
West
corn.
realize that it is necessary to have
Oh,
a
Doberman,
dialogue
you're
on an
naked
equal
about
footing
me.
with
Fucking
everybody else,
Rosalind Chapel.
rest assured that BRICS members
Rosalind
and other
Chapel,
members
what
of the
was that,
international
17th
community will
century
be
with the
ready to
St.
do
Clair
that, but
family? It's
certainly
still
we
in the
should
St.
reach an
Clair
agreement
family.
on the conditions for this
Saint
dialogue.
Clair,
We
St.
shouldn't
Clair.
invent anything. There is
Same
the
thing.
UN Charter that stipulates that the United Nations
But in
Organization
Rosalind Chapel,
is built on the
they've
principle
got
of sovereign equality of
wood,
states.
wood, shit, I'm talking shite.
And
Stone,
only this
engravings
will
of
allow
corn
the West to become a
maize,
bona fide member of the international community.
corn,
Until
which
then,
was foreign to
those who
these
are ready
lands
to
back in the
equal
17th
efforts are doing
century,
their in their
before
circle.
no, 16th century, I believe, before Christopher Columbus.
Minister, for this chance. The first
So,
question is that
the stonemasons,
there are some reports about
the stonemasons
Mr. Kabalov's
of
remarks about the Iran-Russia comprehensive cooperation
Chapel
agreement
had
that has been
foresight
suspended.
of maize
And we know
corn
that while
before anybody in his isles
Iranian
were
authorities
farming
have reiterated that
let alone
Iran-Russia ties and relations will not change, and we know that the late Iranian president did a lot to strengthen the ties. I want to know that what your comment on that is. And another question is that you mentioned Palestine and the international security. What do you think that BRICS group can
it's like Glasgow Cathedral, man. It's got engravings of black dudes and crocodiles, and these engravings are for the 13th century, before any cunt in Glasgow had ever seen a black cunt or a crocodile, and you've got these engravings. And what the fuck? Now, Glasgow Cathedral is a proddy cathedral, even though it's a cathedral, because we turned it over and get rid of Glasgow Castle and everything, all the bishops and all that. But anyway, it being a proddy place, I remember asking the father, I think, at that gaff once, and he was talking to me about the engraving of the black dude's face, which is done in the, let me think of the southeast corner, just anyway. And he told us, what was it? I think he said Negro or some shit, right? It's just funny. It's just funny hearing people trying to explain. For me, I'm like black dude, you know. No doubt in 20, 30, 40 years' time, that will seem foreign to the fucking new fucking school. Just like the way he was explaining it, it sounded funny to me, you know. But yeah, there's a wee bit of conspiratorial.
Council in October last year. After that, similar attempts were made by Arab countries, by African countries, and all those attempts were blocked.
Except for one, when we at least managed to adopt a resolution containing a call to ceasefire during the holy month of Ramadan.
I'm pretty sure they're doing chicken Big Mac.
The Americans did not veto that project, but by accepting that resolution, they claimed that it was not obligatory and binding.
I'm not even fucking joking,
Yesterday,
man. I swear
the UN Security Council adopted yet another resolution proposed by the Americans. The resolution said that an agreement was supposedly reached between Hamas and Israel to declare a ceasefire at the first stage for a certain period of time, 40 days if I'm not mistaken. This ceasefire is supposed to be accompanied by an exchange of hostages in exchange for the Palestinians held in Israeli prisons, followed by a second stage. The resolution also contains a call to solve humanitarian issues. We've been trying to receive confirmations of such agreements, but we were told that we should refer to the text of the resolution. When the Security Council was adopting that resolution, the Israeli delegation made no reference to any agreements that have been reached. The Israeli delegate only said that Israel would not participate in the endless and meaningless talks, and that the objectives set by the Prime Minister, the complete destruction of Hamas, still remained unchanged. This is a regrettable development. Today, the BRICS countries have unanimously spoken out in favor of immediately applying pressure on Israel to stop the bloodshed, which has already reached overly tragic forms. This position remains unchanged. The international community shall use all the political and legal
Right, come on, fuck me. Where's the RT America when they used to get like pure young American teenagers with fucking, what do you call it when teenagers get too many spots? Wanking disease. Right, and they would rap the news to you. I want to hear somebody rap this stuff to me, man. We are going to take over the world. We are.
Tools in our disposal in order to achieve this goal. Speaking of the work on the Comprehensive Cooperation Agreement between the Russian Federation and the Islamic Republic of Iran. Yes, so far it cannot be signed yet, although we have found agreement on the entirety of the text. However, in order for the text to be adopted and signed by the presidents of our countries.
Number 55. You're playing with my heartstrings here, man. I hear you, buddy, man. Like, we still stay in this place, but we've not got as big a balls as we used to fucking actually use the language that we grew up about. But still hear folks saying their veins, moan Black Bob, get in the bath. Right, mate, do you not remember bouncing the boot and like one of the stupid throwaway terms to your pals would be, you're a black bastard, or he's a black bastard, right? And it would have fuck all to do with any perception of fucking different human being races or their colour or skin. It would all be about them being bogging bastards. He's a black bastard, him, man. And there used to be kind of a throwaway saying, don't fuck with the blacknecks. And again, fuck all today, mate, because like I grew up in a fucking white is like the only fucking shite small town. So I hear you, mate, and I hate the way that our language has been changed because of the fucking demographics. You know, like you can't call a wee shop of Pakis. Do you know why Pakistan's never let into the World Cup? Every time they take a corner, they set up a shop. See, I don't want to stay in a world where you can't have those fucking jokes. I really don't. It scunners me. Like when you go to the Chinkies, there's no. I've been standing in front probably fucking when I think about it. Probably, what you call them? Probably Vietnamese gangsters and shit, right? But for uneducated, ignorant Scottish cunt chinkies, and you've been talking about chinky bud and all that kind of shit. They don't give a flying fuck. It's everybody else want to take offence over your language, and you're like, hey, hold on, man. Listen to a Australian Pakistani cricket match, and you'll hear the Australian commentators commonly refer to the Pakistani team as the Pakis, whereas you bounce up here, it's seen as a derogatory term because it has and can get used as a derogatory term. But if you don't use it as a derogatory term, it's just your fucking language. Anyway, let's get back to Lavrov. Lavrov, take the heat off me, man. I love people.
We're still expecting a number of procedures from Iran, including legal procedures and legislative procedures on the matters that have already...
Oh, Doberman, man, don't fucking, you're poking me with a stick here, man. There's so many fucking jokes I could be fucking hitting. Did she wear a kilt and like fucking 3 feet tall with red hair? Am I allowed to take... Oh, I don't know, I'm wearing a salt tire, man. I'm allowed to take the piss out of Scots, I think, today. I think.
Been stated in the agreement. So far they have not done that. That's it. During the meeting with the acting foreign minister of the Islamic Republic of Iran, Ali Burkini, we have confirmed our adherence to this document, which is meant to elevate the Russian-Iranian relations to a new level. We will be able to do that as soon as the Iranian colleagues manage to settle certain technical issues. Over to China.
Right. I'm sorry, man, but I do want to point this out, man. World War III is happening right now. The camps are set. The line in the sand is fucking drawn, and the players are in play. I mean, if it's no Taiwan, if it's no all the players in Africa, I don't know if he's know this. Nigger as I like to call it, just because I'm a child, has kicked out America, the American troops, and welcomed in the Ruskies. In fact, I'm acting like I've not got the internet here. It's like, because like, obviously I don't tell the truth. TV doesn't tell the truth, but the internet tells the truth because the internet fucking told me. Alex Jones and all that shit, man, you know, don't touch the TV, just trust the internet. Like, am I stupid? Is that honestly how you spell nigger? Or is it two G's? That isn't even for comical effect, that's just me being genuine up stupid. Right, from oil to arrests 2 days ago to soldiers hospitalised 19 hours ago after Niger military attack. Bandits hit military base. Okay, right, so the Googles isn't offering me up what I want. What should I say? Kick out US. Right, because that's exactly what's happened. I mean, like, there's a month ago, fuck's sake. It's recently just happened, so I'm saying obviously. It looks like it was agreed upon over a month ago, and now the apparatus has been put in place. This is all the stories went months ago. Here's the Hindustani Times. I'm going to think this comes out of Mexico. Come on, that was funny. Kicked out, US Army begins leaving ex-ally nation as Russia moves in. Biden loses nigger to Putin. I know I'm a child, man, but fuck it, anyways. How do you spell... That is how you spell nigger, isn't it? Was it 2 G's? Anyway. So, and I think we just kind of half-clocked where it was, but it says it's kind of landlocked Central Africa. Right, shit.
The China Media Corporation. Thank you, distinguished minister. I am here. Can you see me? At the yesterday's session, Mr. Wang Yi called BRICS literally a big gold brick. Paradoxically, we're witnessing the West throwing bricks at the developing centers of the future multipolar world. They're building brick walls using their sanctions. Our countries and the West have common interests, especially in the areas of global importance. In your view,
Pete, I
how
don't
can
know
we
about a drone
build
base
a
in
bridge
Niger,
out
but I
of
know
bricks to
that
make sure the West
Djibouti
can
at
cooperate with
the
us?
Red Sea took it.
I think you are very well
Just
aware
up
of
to
the fact
Somalia
that we are
and
not
shit.
the ones
There's a
building
wee kind
walls,
of independent state.
both
That's the
literally
biggest
and
drone
figuratively, as we now see,
base,
for example, at the border between
biggest
the Russian
United States
Federation and a
drone
number
base
of
outside the
NATO
United
members.
States.
We are
But I
not
don't
the
know about
ones
Niger.
who split and divide the world into blocks.
I heard
We
in
are
the
not
winds
the ones
through
who
the
say
RP
that
and
those
stuff
who are
that
against us would be
Ruskies
punished.
in America had been.
No, these actions are taken by our Western colleagues.
Thing that goes.
I will not go too deep into detail.
I think it goes kind of
This
under
has
the
become
radar
a part of
a
their
lot about
genetic
Libya.
code.
You know, that was the shithole that fucking France ball deep in that shit.
Complete disrespect and disregard
The
for
UK
the
as well,
civilizations
which
that had existed
David Cameron was
before
King
the West
Dong at that
started
time,
commanding
Lord
the
Cameron
globe.
now. But the Chinese were massive in fucking Libya at the time, man. Gaddafi had welcomed those motherfuckers in massively, man. They had set up their own wee cities and everything. And before NATO forces invaded, the Chinkers, the Chiners got out of Dodge.
Or even hit those who go against
It's just interesting footnotes to the whole geopolitical game rather than, oh, there's a bad guy there, we need to go and kill him. Shite that typically most people still fall for. They still think, oh, Saddam is a bad man, let's go and get him. Yeah. Fuck's sake, man. That figuring out the shit about fucking that stuff will fucking hurt your head and then some, man. And then some.
From the arbitrary actions and aggression by the Western masters, so to speak, of the global masters, in order to build a bridge. For example,
Lavrov, bow down, you scumfuck. I am your Western master, you fucking slave.
However, in order to start a construction, you need to start from both banks. You cannot build one half of a bridge, hoping that someone else would someday build the other half. This approach would be unproductive. This would be a waste of physical and intellectual labor. The West has built a wall between itself and the rest of the world. If they want, they can bring down that wall.
I didn't get rid of the comb over. The comb over was I liked the fucking comb over, man. And it wasn't a comb over, you prick. That goes out to he will remain unnamed. You know who you are.
They could explain the conditions in which they could come back to the civilized world.
This is watching Taxi Driver last night. It's like, fuck it.
Please, over to the United Arab Emirates.
Every cunt needs a fucking mohawk at one point in their puff. And even then I fucked that up.
Even though you've already mentioned the Gaza topic, as a representative of the Arab-speaking media, we pay much attention to the Middle East settlement and the events in Gaza.
Pete, you've got the childlike humour, like exactly like myself. I can't speak about Djibouti without thinking about the booty. There's the fucking... DJ, what are you talking about? Fucking no fucking comb over, motherfucker. What the fuck is this? This isn't fucking... This isn't 1970s fucking football fucking shit. And anyway, that cunt fucking, it was fucking having a jib at my fucking, my comb over. It wasn't a comb over that could have people say it was a comb over, but it wasn't a comb over. He'd be fucking lucky to be able to rock a comb over the prick.
So, I can't help but continue this topic. My question is, what was Moscow's use of the recent Israeli operation to liberate hostages in the Nusayrat camp in the Gaza Strip? which killed at least 250 Palestinians. And the second
Don't use that figure, Hen.
topic,
That'll get you put in the naughty step.
any new additional proposals to settle the situation in the Middle East? Recently, you mentioned the preparation for the meeting with the 5 Arab colleagues in Moscow coming shortly. Thank you. As for the first part of your question, just like we reacted to the terrorist attack on the 7th of October and the methods that were used by Israel in response, I believe it is unacceptable to sacrifice hundreds and hundreds of civilians in order to save other civilians. The United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Egypt, Jordan have been participating in various negotiation formats. Some of them were dealing with the topic of hostages. We were also involved in that work. And it was not about the Russian citizens, but also about the citizens of other countries as well. And these efforts have brought certain results. This group of so-called intermediaries between Hamas and Israel, I believe, has a better understanding of the issues that are yet to be resolved in order to find a peaceful solution for the situation. As I mentioned, our position has been reiterated in numerous resolutions of the United Nations Security Council: immediate ceasefire, the liberation of all hostages, and all the Palestinians held in Israel, as well as the solution of the urgent humanitarian issues, and the resumption or the beginning of talks to establish a Palestinian state. In Moscow, we have held an inter-Palestinian meeting, and several meetings, in fact. Last one took place at the end of January, the beginning of February this year. It involved all the Palestinian fractions, including Hamas and Fatah. For the first time, the meeting of this kind ended in the adoption of a joint declaration. And for the first time, everyone, including Hamas, expressed their willingness to bring the ranks of the Palestinians together using the Palestinian Liberation Organization as the platform for common efforts. This was unprecedented. Our goal in the resumption of Palestinian unity is explained by the fact that only a united Palestine can be a partner during the talks aimed at achieving the necessary results. While the Palestinians are in disarray, we would hardly reach any results. You can see that there are already initiatives on the future of Gaza, of a certain protectorate of Arab countries or peacekeeping forces, or just adopting a declaration saying that this would be governed by the Palestinian National Authority. These are all the initiatives that are being imposed by outside players, while the Palestinians themselves are still in disarray, and they are still dependent on various external sponsors. Our idea was to bring all the sponsors together, all the countries that have financial or other influence on various Palestinian fractions. And we wanted to find agreement between all these external players so that they can stand.
I've just realised, Unicorn's in the room. He knows more about the Chinese massive than I do. Aye, man. This is just all fucking Gotham City talk.
Together and make a call for the Palestinians not to play into the hands of outsiders, to make sure they could stand together during the talks and fight for their legal rights and their recognition in the United Nations. We're still ready to continue this work. But now you see that all the efforts are taken to stop the tragedy. This is the immediate priority. As soon as that happens, a major component of our long-term strategy on this track is the support of the movement to establish a Palestinian state in complete compliance with the United Nations resolution. Saudi Arabia, please.
See, I find this fascinating in the sense that a lot of the RT stuff is, I say obviously, aimed at the English-speaking world. So it's not like in-house. It's not meant for Ruskies. It's meant for people, English-speaking people looking in. But when you get Lavrov, who I believe is the fucking foreign minister or something along those lines, talking on these international forums and stuff, man, you get kind of like sort of a, well, it's interesting.
Javad Al Arabiya, please. Thank you. Minister Lavrov, good afternoon. Previously you said that Moscow considered the NATO nuclear capacity as a single arsenal aimed against the Russian Federation. Can you imagine the situation when the West would have to consider the combined nuclear arsenals of Russia, China, and perhaps North Korea? You know, when we were talking about the nuclear arsenals of NATO members as a single arsenal, what we meant was, first of all, that at a certain stage, when the United States undermined all the basic ideas that allowed us to sign the Strategic Arms Reduction Treaty, the START, they wanted to convince us that the war that they started with the hands of the Ukrainians would not be an obstacle to the resumption of the dialogue on strategic stability.
Sometimes reading comments out of context is better than actually
among other arguments that we gave to the US colleagues when we explained that this was not possible when Russia was the target for the entirety of NATO, an enemy that had to suffer strategic defeat on the battlefield. Apart from that, we told them that from now on, when the entirety of NATO has united itself against us, from now on, when it comes to that, if we resume the strategic stability talks, we would have to take into account the nuclear arsenals of France and the United Kingdom, which are in the first ranks of the NATO anti-Russian activities. This is how it happened. Speaking of the arsenals of the People's Republic of China, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, and the strategic arsenals of the Russian Federation, we are not in any kind of a military alliance. And in this sense, the only thing I can say, answering your question, what I can say is all our three countries are the targets for the aggressive policies of the United States and its allies. This includes Russia, the People's Republic of China. We see the escalation of the situation around Taiwan, the South China Sea. We see how they are trying to provoke China on the Korean Peninsula.
Again, you don't need to be a Russian stooge to be able to say what he said, to see there's some meat and potatoes to what he's saying. He isn't just up there pulling shit out his ass. You know what I mean? It's like, and it's very predictable and understandable to a certain degree, because like you're going to lose your lead unless you fucking rattle these cunts before they get bigger than you. So you're going to rattle the cunts and like it, loathe it, agree with it, that's what's happening. That is what's happening. It's not even like what could happen, might happen, couldn't. It's happening. Just wait, hold on, because I'm trying to get this fucking thing into my head without just rattling out rhetoric. Because I'm talking about asymmetrical warfare, right? Now, the best I can understand that, and please correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm probably a million times wrong, but I'm trying to get my head around this asymmetrical warfare. It's like war for the internet, war for the sea, war for the terrorists. There might be a wee Al-Qaeda fucking Allah Akbar Nutbar fucking group pop up, want to fucking put a bullet in your head, etc, etc. RT might fucking get through a paywall, a firewall, Press TV might get through a paywall, firewall, etc, 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 and that's what we're witnessing. That's what I think we're witnessing right now, man. It's like a DJ. I don't know. I think nukes is it's a bygone era. Like if history stands true, no cunt will nuke somebody that can fire back. The Yanks stroke the West quite happy to fucking nuke the Japs back in World War II. Now, that was more of a virtue signal. I know it's dressed up as put an end to the war quicker and all that shit, but it was more a virtue signal like look, this is what we can do. But they didn't hit the Japs. They wouldn't have hit the Japs if the Japs could have hit back. Anyway,
we see the establishment of an alliance between the United States, South Korea and Japan. They are organizing joint exercises with the active involvement of the nuclear component in their maneuvers. The situations are not identical. However, we all stand together and speak out against the use of the nuclear capacity. This was said by the President in his speech at the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum. And to sum up, we give the floor to the representative of the Nizhny Novgorod land, Western Nizhny Novgorod agency, please. Mr. Lavrov, good afternoon. My first question is, what was the context for the discussion of Ukraine at this session? And you have mentioned the organization of the event in Nizhny Novgorod. What have you managed to see and appreciate apart from the meetings? Our regions are linked by very good relations with the BRICS countries. We have good trade and social and economic and humanitarian links with BRICS. Thank you. And the request from all the people of the city, please visit us more often. Thank you. Thank you. As for what I've seen here, apart from the meeting, the city is so tempting. I can't even tell everything. This is an amazing city. It has wonderful people, a great atmosphere on the streets, on the quays, wherever we go. The people are so hospitable, so kind-hearted. I can say that we all, and all the foreign guests, have fallen in love with the city, its people, its beauty, and the way the city is maintained, how it becomes even more attractive. We have talked a lot with the governor of the Nizhny Novgorod region, Mr. Gleb Nikitin, and we can clearly see that this is his life aspiration, to better the city, the region. We see how much his team does to make sure this city can flourish. Speaking of Ukraine, the final joint declaration says that all the countries and all the participants have reaffirmed their positions stated during the discussions of the relevant topic at the United Nations, the Security Council and the General Assembly. That's all that it says.
I mean, like,
during the statements,
can't engage
some countries, not the majority, mentioned Ukraine and said that we had to reject any unilateral initiatives settlement
Pointing
should proceed not through some limited group meetings like the one that's about to start in Switzerland, where discussions would be solely based on the absolutely meaningless and senseless Zelensky peace formula.
Are you for real, man?
The People's Republic of China and the Chinese foreign minister and the Brazilian foreign minister said that we need to seek a new approach and a new platform for settlement, a platform that would be acceptable by both sides and overall all the stakeholders. Clearly, nothing would be done by the Zelensky regime without the authorization of the United States. He has no right for that.
What I would like to say in this regard, during our bilaterals with counterparts from China and Brazil, we talked about the fact that we value the initiatives that were initiated by China, by Brazil, by South Africa, by the Arab League. There was a special delegation from the Arab League that visited us soon after the launch of the special military operation. We see in these initiatives the genuine expression of goodwill and desire to help find just ways to the resolution, as I've already mentioned. When it comes to Chinese proposals that were launched last year and the ideas that were shaped together between China and Brazil, they highlight justly the need to take a look at the root causes of the crisis, namely the dire crisis in terms of security in the Euro-Atlantic. And primarily, we need to address these core root causes. They also highlight that it is not acceptable to divide the world into blocks. As I refer to the first question of the press conference, neither ideological nor political blocks do any good, and the Chinese proposals also highlight the need to strike a solution building upon the indivisible security of all parties of interest. We oftentimes are urged, including by our colleagues from Asia, Latin America and Africa, we call Russia for negotiations, and President Putin has repeatedly commented on that. We're not just ready to have negotiations, we have completed them in April 2022 in Istanbul. We have initialed a document that allowed to put an end to combat activities, but as you know, the Ukrainian participants said that the Brits, the Americans and other puppet masters banned them from doing that. Let's call a spade a spade. Those who try to promote some initiatives to launch negotiating process, I would kindly ask them to take note of two key aspects. First, do not forget that in September 2022, Zelensky signed a decree that bans all Ukrainian officials from holding talks with the government of President Putin. And in early May this year, the Foreign Ministry of Ukraine made an official statement that Ukraine does not recognize Vladimir Putin as a democratically elected legitimate president. And secondly, those who promote initiatives and say good things, right things about indivisible security, and that it is inadmissible to establish blocks and the need to deal with the root causes. They should develop their approaches and at the same time take into account the fact that at the legislative level, the Russian language is banned in Ukraine, in flagrant violation of all possible conventions on the rights of national minorities. The Russian language is banned in education, in media, in culture,
arguing about
and even in daily life.
Cancer dying and all that jazz.
If you say something in Russian to somebody in a shop, then you can get into trouble. And another thing that echoes what I've just said, namely, is the practical implementation and legalization of the theory and practice of Nazism. Blatant Nazism, including glorification of those who were sentenced by the Nuremberg trials. When our comrades in various countries propose negotiating process with good heart, at times they say, let us put an end to hostilities and let us just start talking. What about the demand to respect any national minority, especially such large one as Russians in Ukraine? Is it such kind of an artificial precondition? I don't think so. We need to bring the Ukrainian regime into the legal field, into the legal framework, well, where all other responsible and decent members of the international community live. That is something that we talked about. This is something that was raised repeatedly by the president, and I believe that
allows to show examples of how
the situation cannot
law is just made up.
Left
not only is it made up, if you actually even like grill
that's
it
the wrong
and
thing to do, especially since
how can you kill me?
in the
How
West,
can you lock me up? Oh, the magic man in the sky. What?
On public context.
Aye, the magic man in the sky.
Nobody
God. With the power and thought with God.
See this
he's entrusted with God as well.
Order created by the Nazi regime.
Oh, a pile of shite, folks.
Do they
All
ignore
pile of shite.
but
You
the
just
West
managed to con
encourages
us,
to preserve
everybody,
the kind of
into believing
the
like, oh,
Ukrainian
hold on, man,
state
that cunt's sucking
order to
closer to the
further
magic
use
man
the
in the
Kiev
sky.
regime to
Let's say
keep
the
on
magic man in the sky
fighting
does
against
exist.
Russia.
Who's to
Basically,
say
they
that
have
he's
the
more...
same goal that Hitler had
I am a
and
Protestant
previously that
who
Napoleon
didn't stop
had
fucking protesting. I'm so fucking happy
together the whole
and
Europe
sleep easy in that analysis of myself when it comes to religion and all that shit that our cunts
the
fucking
Russian
bow
people
down to,
and to
man.
the Russian state.
I'm an
I
atheist,
even
I'm an atheist, I believe in
read
this, I
yesterday
believe in
some
that. See if you need some cunt to
ideas.
rock up and tell you
as
what
if by
way is up. You
Freudian
have no
slip.
confidence in yourself,
Mr.
which to me is
in charge of
unreligious,
strategic communications of
unsensical.
the White House.
I mean, like
the
the
National
first and foremost person
Security
you should
Council
have confidence
recently in his
and knowing what
interview
way is up is
stated,
your
and he
fucking
made
self.
it clear, as President Biden made it clear, we will do our utmost so that Ukraine could have the necessary opportunities, capacities to defend itself, and most importantly, the US does not want to have World War III. This would have
55.
disastrous repercussions.
You're right,
for
man.
the
Like they
European
can,
continent.
like he's bamboozling his way.
And
Bamboozling
that's
his way.
your answer
Somebody say bullshit,
as to
but
how
then we
the
go no,
US
but it's real. But then you
treat
go like
Europe.
that. But aye.
They are confident
And
that
ultimately,
if they
right,
trigger
this is
a
the way
nuclear
I would
war,
go.
and that's what they have been
In fact,
actively
this
doing.
isn't-
Then
this is the
the
way
only
I
one to
am
suffer would
going.
be Europe. And
I
as
would
usually
interject
during
with
World War I, as during World War II, they would
everybody
only
in Europe,
benefit.
us white
That is the kind of
fucking
mindset and philosophy
Casper
of
ghost
those who
motherfuckers.
determine the US policy
We all have a bit
today,
of Genghis
and
Khan
hence
in
those
us, man.
who
You
rule
remember
Ukraine. Colleagues,
the
thanks a lot.
genetic
I still need
the genetic
to
layout and stuff,
see
man. But we all have a bit of
the heads of the
Genghis in us.
delegations, and I will
We
tell
all-
them that
I'm
you
probably
showed
exaggerating.
a lot of
A
interest,
lot of us
and
have
you
a lot of
promised
a wee bit of Genghis in us
have an
because of
objective
his
media
raping and pillaging.
coverage. Thank you. With that,
So
we
this-
complete our press conference.
This concept
All right,
of race,
the
Russian
Foreign
master,
Minister
the black,
there, Sergei Lavrov in Nizhny
contradict
Novgorod,
himself.
he
This
was
is the black Colonel
answering
Sanders.
questions
Easy peasy.
from journalists at the BRICS meeting of foreign ministers who met in that region. And he talked about a few things I'll highlight here before we bring you the update. He talked about the fact that the meeting had agreed
he
on
ever
the need
have
to
hair?
reform global governance systems.
You know, black cunts like
which
that,
he
yeah,
said that,
did
of course,
they ever
Western
have
countries,
hair?
especially with the leadership of the United States,
Or
have
were they
abused
just
the
like born
global
bald?
superpower status
Was it
by
just like a fucking
arbitrary sanctions,
a lubrication
which
thing when
has
they popped out their
global
nose fannies?
impact on economies and so on. He talks about the fact that they also touched on the crisis situation in Europe, in Asia, Middle East, and Africa, and the need to come together to rally round and see how they can create resources for the benefit of countries. He also said that they noted the urgent need for the multipolarity of the world, and that is where there's a recognition of independent states, which is even ratified by the United Nations Charter. So these are some of the things he talked about. He also mentioned that BRICS countries account for 45% of the global GDP and is growing by the day. Well, we expect the heads of state of BRICS nations to meet later on in the year. And this is just a build-up to that. You know, countries are sharing
get back to the fucking
notes on how
rice
to move their
paddy,
economies
the rice
forward,
fields,
and the
Uncle
need
Ben.
to build bridges
Get me
between
some
economies,
rice.
between cultures, between regions, to ensure that
I might
they
give you some
cooperate
chicken,
with
Colonel
each other.
Sanders.
Those are some of the things that they talked about.
Too easy, isn't it?
All right, let's bring you the news right now. The vice president of the East African nation of Malawi has been killed in a plane crash. All 10 people aboard the aircraft perished in the incident.
It's just
and that's
like
according to a
fucking
government
leaders of the
statement.
world falling out of the sky, left, right, centre,
has
man.
details on this.
After an extensive search operation, the wreckage was discovered in Chigangawa forest with no survivors. Of course, the Malawian government was clinging to the hope of finding survivors after the plane carrying 10 people, including the country's vice president, went missing yesterday. But this morning, a statement accompanied by an announcement has been made by the Republic of Malawi, in fact, by the president, saying that the vice president, Salas Chilima, and 9
just to
others
show
were
them
killed
that bad.
in that plane crash. We know that at 7
look at
o'clock on yesterday
for the
morning,
Jews.
the aircraft departed from Lilongwe and was en route to Mzuzu for a
and die,
45-minute flight. However,
Jew
due to poor weather conditions and low visibility, air traffic control in Mzuzu advised the pilots to return to Lilongwe, the capital of Malawi.
Low
Shortly
IQ.
after that, communication contact with the aircraft was lost and it disappeared from radar. The last known position of the plane was tracked using telecommunication towers within a 10-kilometer radius in one of the plantations in the Rupia mountains. And we also know that late last night the president said the neighboring countries had offered support, including the use of specialized technologies that would help find the plane sooner. Unfortunately, this is what it has come down to. For now, the president says funeral plans will be announced later on today. And of course, the people of Malawi are not taking this well on socials, saying that their country has lost a future president as Chilima was vying for presidency in the next year's elections.
She looks like fucking a 2-year-old in a car crash.
Washington has disapproved the delivery of U.S. weapons to Ukraine's notorious Azov Brigade, well known for its neo-Nazi affiliations. Previously, arms shipments were banned because of the group extremist ties.
After thorough review, Ukraine's 12th Special Forces Azov Brigade passed Leahy vetting as carried out by the U.S. Department of State.
I'm thinking
now, at the beginning of the Donbass conflict and the early stages of the Ukrainian conflict, the Western media was at least somewhat honest about the Azov Battalion's true colors. The neo-Nazi affiliations were clear to all. Now, U.S. legislation that the Leahy law prevented supplies to the group as he was implicated in human rights abuses. Fast forward to today, and the U.S. State Department claims that the Azov Brigade can now skirt the Leahy law without any issues. RT's Igor Zhdanov reports.
The U.S. has lifted its years-long ban on supplying weapons and providing
he's quite sexy, man.
A neo-Nazi Azov fighters. Just a bit of context for you here. All that was under the so-called Leahy law, which is a human rights statute that forbids Washington from providing any sort of military assistance, being it equipment, weapons, or training to foreign armed forces who have a checkered reputation, and especially those who have been found guilty of human rights violations, or even so much so as suspected as violating human rights and committing war crimes. Now, for years, the Azov Battalion fell under these criteria. Now,
right. Sorry to interrupt you, man, because you are one sexy looking chiseled motherfucker. But what's war crimes nowadays? What's a Nazi nowadays? What's a racist? It's all meaningless shite, innit? Or anti-Semite, sorry, I think what? It's all just meaningless. See, the more shite you throw see the more, in my opinion, in my observations, the more meaningless shite you throw at a wall for sensationalism, for traction, for hits, for clicks, la-di-da-da-da-da-da-di. The less gravitas it has, and ultimately it makes people want to up their game. So no longer is a Hitler enough. It has to be Hitler plus. Hitler and his puffy pals. Hitler's dog. Hitler's XXXXXXXXXXXXL bully dog.
A special committee has said that they have conducted yet another review, and apparently now the reputation of the Azov Brigade is a clean slate. This, by the way, goes in stark contrast with the findings of the United Nations. Now, this follows a lengthy campaign, spearheaded by Kiev to whitewash the reputation of its Azov fighters. Now, the group went through several stages of rebranding. First, the Azov Battalion, which started as a volunteer initiative, it stopped being a battalion and basically joined the Ukrainian National Guard. And now you won't find the word Azov on Ukrainian military papers. Now they're just a third.
Let's not forget, man. This mob is like the Russian mob fucking light, if you get me. Do you know? I don't know if you know what I mean, like, it's like the Tommy Robinson, but oh shit. Oh, fuck. It's like Tommy Robinson Battalion. And I even hate to fucking keep fucking harping on about fucking that douchebag, right? I genuinely have no fucking problems with these. Like, why would I have a problem with them existing? People with these attitudes fucking exist. Like, fucking, there's no if, buts, and maybes about it. As I get longer in the tooth, I begin to realise they exist in every fucking corner of the globe. And if you were trying to mobilise a bunch of fucking motherfuckers to go and kill and die in the name of your shit, these would be the motherfuckers you would want. These are the motherfuckers that were bouncing about your schemes when you were younger, fucking terrorising every cunt. So, obviously RT are now taking these extremes and projecting them to the West to point out, like, yeah, here, hold on, see all these freedom fighters? Like Saving Private Ryan is a film. I don't know how naive people are nowadays. I really don't. I judge people on myself, and like, I'm so sceptical about all this piss. It's unbelievable. So that goes to what World War II, to the World War III, which is happening right now, and it also goes to this shite that's getting propagated with fucking RT, whereas other people just, and who am I to correct them? I'm no cunt, and I don't want to. And if people live in that, if people are happy in that little bubble, and it doesn't affect them, you batter the fuck in, because certainly I would not want to welcome anybody in the sceptical about all this shit bubble. Because ultimately, man, you're like, what the fuck are these people dying for, man? and it can make you really angry. Do you know what I mean? Because there's people dying in the name of absolute crap. Maybe no crap, right? But it's not good versus evil. But you get people that are just professional soldiers and all that jazz. Fuck. I'm rambling. Fucking moron.
Separate assault brigade, but it doesn't mean that the people who make up the Azov battalion are any different. They are known to have repeatedly branding, just wearing proudly patches with Nazi and Nazi-inspired insignia. When I say Nazi, I mean that of the Nazi German.
Right, hold on. How deep would you have to go into Moscow to find fucking a big bunch of fucking neo-Nazi fucking knuckle-dragging fucking Tommy Robinson-esque fucking idiots? Right, you don't need to go that far fucking anywhere, man. Right, they exist everywhere. Right, small in number, thank fuck. Right, you might even see me fucking subscribing to these numbers. Participating in these numbers. Right, but they're small in numbers. They ain't taking over anytime soon, thank fuck. Otherwise we would be really in a fucking pure crackpot fucking war. But RT use it to RT use it to hype up the shit from within. That's what annoys me, man. It's not the propaganda to everybody. It's not propaganda, it's true, you fucking idiot, you fucking moron, man. The best propaganda is true, you fucking... Rangers are the most successful team in football. Get it round you, you Fenian bastards. Right, now, I bounce into a fucking Celtic shop and start fucking telling the fucking totty picking munching motherfuckers the fucking reality. Am I just telling the truth? Or am I provoking a fucking riot?
Back in the 40s of the previous century. At the same time, these people, they have been known, they are...
These people, shut up, fucking Hector, fucking Spectre, man. You want me to fucking bounce into Russia and fucking point and fucking out fucking every retard with a bunch of fucking retarded fucking tattoos, fucking swallowing vodka in their arsehole or in their fucking eyeballs. Oh my god, you little fucking twat. Little go and fucking fucking Putin in the KGB's cock. You little fucking specky bastard. The reason you get fucking specs on is to fucking protect you for the cum. I know. You're a fucking wee wanker. Why the fuck am I? I don't even know who I'm defending. I'm just I'm objecting to this bullshit. Here's a man with tattoos. What the fuck? Flirting with Nazis. Flirting with Nazis coming for a fucking Ruski. Are you having a fucking giraffe, mate? Are you having a fucking giraffe? Are you? Hold on.
A subject of controversy all over the world. Back in 2022, when the siege of Azovstal steelworks in Mariupol ended with the Azov battalion surrendering in September, some of its veterans traveled to the United States and they went on tour, on a literal tour around the United States, just addressing Ukraine.
No, but here's the thing, right? I need to rein myself back in. It's like, I'm like surprised I've been provoked with fucking Russian intelligence fucking propaganda. I don't know why, man. That's what it's designed to do. It's designed to grab you by the balls and go and no even, you know, when somebody's going to work on your shaft, man, you want to hear a wee bit of feedback. You want to hear no. when you leave it there.
In communities over there, going to Ukrainian churches to deliver speeches, and the sort of the crescendo, the crowning moment of that tour was them going to the U.S. Congress. So they literally stood shoulder to shoulder right next to American lawmakers, and so that was concerning for many people. Now, at the same time,
yeah, that was concerning for many people. I don't know about you. Were you concerned? I shouldn't. Maybe I should start a poll. Were you concerned? Is this little specky fuck Putin puppet? Putin puppet? Oh, hold on, man. The BBC and shit haven't even get a hold of that shit, or have they? Putin's puppets. Putin's puppets. Oh man, that's a fucking West End. Right, think of the political landscape. Right, doesn't even matter what you would put on stage. You just put a wee bunch of puppets like that. Bill and Ben, the fucking flower pot men. But just call it Putin's puppets, and it would get rave reviews. Don't say that. I swear to God, though. I swear to God. Think about that. Rave reviews. Putin's puppets. Putin's puppets. And you just have like... You could be saying anything. It's insequential. It's fucking jibber jabber shite. But Putin's puppets. Putin's puppet. That... I'm giving away fucking all this marketing genius shit for free. But you can buy me a pint.
All of this comes amid a larger
I mean, it'll go towards marketing and research.
Ukrainian push to bolster the capability of their army. Basically, even this shipment of weapons, this lifting of the ban, is part of the same strategy that is conducted by Kiev for years. They have been saying that
an
these fighters
authoritative
being
woman
provided access to American weapons earlier. Had they, if they had access to American training, this would have made the group more effective. Because right now, this brigade is used as well as a fire brigade, really, because they're being sent to the most hot and the most difficult parts of the front, and they were expected by the Ukrainian commanders to stop the Russian push there. That was the expectation when they were sent to Avdiivka. That was the expectation when they were sent to the village of Ocheretina, right next to Avdiivka. After Avdiivka fell, despite all the efforts, and many experts have been saying that was not because Azov they did try, not because they did their best to stop the advance, but rather they came there and they said, oh, well, we can't really do anything here. We don't have access to advanced weaponry, to American weaponry, so sorry, no can do. This was sort of something that the military experts, especially in Ukraine, what they've been saying.
What we can do.
Now, Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov says that the U.S. arming Azov shows Washington's readiness to do anything to suppress Russia.
We are talking about ultra-nationalist armed units, and in fact, such a sudden change in Washington's position suggests that they do not shy away from anything in their attempts to suppress Russia, using, of course, Ukraine and the Ukrainian people as a tool in their hands. They are even ready to flirt with neo-Nazis. This, in turn, once again confirms the relevance of our concerns in connection with the trend towards the creeping spread of the idea of neo-Nazism in the world.
Who wouldn't flirt with neo-Nazis, man? They have the best hookers.
Michael Maloof, a former senior security policy analyst in the Office of the Secretary of Defense. For more on this, it's nice to have you join me, Michael. Now, the U.S. Thank you. Now, the U.S. has lifted its 9-year ban on arming Ukraine's neo-Nazi Azov brigade. It had initially imposed the ban because of the group's extremist ideology and human rights abuses.
I'm trying to think of things I was judging them on, right?
The ban, especially the timing.
And I won't get
you
bogged down with the details, but
trying to
Nazi
morale,
bitches
perhaps.
to a good hooker.
Clearly, the Azov group didn't go from sinners to
the beauty
saints
about a
overnight.
hooker
So
even if you're a Jew,
there still is a list of atrocities
even
that
if you
they've
have
committed,
even if you're
human
like
rights abuses.
know,
the
man,
UN recently reaffirmed that.
Fucking human being,
notwithstanding
AKA,
whatever the State Department comes up with, you really can't. From my point of view, you no longer can really believe anything the State Department
really
says.
fucks me up, man.
Let alone the intelligence community.
Morons
this is
about fucking people
this
with
does show
foreskins as if
an
they've
effort
got,
to just
a different body. You're like,
put
you've been
to
Jewified.
prick the Russians
You're actually sitting there like in a world where like mutilated children
to Nazism
as the norm.
It's clearly evident here with Azov. You still see them marching around as a group with their symbols, with their camaraderie and their discipline.
You've obviously not had a woman
in support of fascism.
With their tongue
and
your foreskin.
They're not restricted just to the area,
to the
Ukrainian area. They have an international network for recruitment into the United States. And
I would not be welcome, privileged to that experience. Thus, it would be for my fucking big Friday foreskin.
This is a latent group that is potentially very serious. They link it to other right-wing groups. They are linked into right-wing groups in all of Europe that were very instrumental in support of the Maidan coup in 2014. So this is not just an isolated group. This is an entity that has a network that is widespread.
In my life.
And they carry their influence, their ideology beyond their own borders. And so this is something that really needs to be watched and carefully monitored. But given how the United States is so desperate to support Ukraine, and that would include Azov battalions, because they are integrated now into the Ukrainian services, military services, and I might add that they're also integrated into the police force and every other law enforcement.
Oh, McBaldy, Stan, right? I get your shtick. I know where your paycheck's coming for, you fucking fear-mongering fucking moron. With your webcam, probably a 4K one. Ooh, he's living the life. Right. Who can't you fucking trace back to the Nazi bastards? No, I'm asking the question. There is no answers. I'm saying, who can't you trace back to the Nazi bastards? Whether it be the SMP, the fucking NASA, fucking etc, etc. The links go on and on and on and on, which then begs a question like, well, was there a war going on between fucking guys swinging a dick? Or was it like, oh my god, they are the worst people ever. They took the British invention of concentration camps and sprinkled a wee bit of... Let me think, how am I going to word this? How am I going to word what I'm about to say and be able to sleep easy, right? The narrative as to what happened in and around all the working concentration camps, etc, etc, and the no, I can't even bring myself to fuck you, make up your own fucking minds, man. A human being, ain't you? Make up your own fucking mind, right? But there was a dog in the fight to fucking frame that shit. And I'd say for obvious reasons, but for fucking obvious reasons, you know, no, it makes my head hurt. In fact, let's just listen to this, because it's making my head hurt. And I'll probably say something someday. I'm no adverse to upsetting people, man. You know, it's I respect people that pander to every cunt, you know. Flibbity flibbity flu. Love everybody, kumbaya. Just like you. Well, hats off to you, man. Hats off to you because hair off to you. Hats off to you because fuck knows how you do it, man. You see, pandering to every cunt. Fuck that for a game of soldiers, man. Fuck that. You know? Like, genuinely, fuck that. Imagine being like such a fucking, not having the balls to wear your fucking, not having the courage to wear your balls on your sleeve. I don't even know if that's a saying, but I'm pretty sure it's. I'm paying the price. I've paid the price. I'll continue to pay the price. If I took my dad's advice back in the day, my dad's advice was play the fucking game. I couldn't play the game, man. I couldn't play the game. Couldn't play the game in schools. Couldn't play the game in the workforce. I cannot play the game. Something inherently, I'd say it's the proddy in me, right? Although the smart proddy plays the game because we make the rules, whereas the proddy, then he stopped being a proddy. The protestant, he didn't stop protesting. Just upsets the apple cart. But it's also kind of half accepted because, like, fucking proddies understand that fucking there's always a new force, as long as it's not a Fenian one. Shit, I say that loud. But I can't play the game, what can I say? Anyway, let's listen to RP, tattoos and Ming the Merciless. What is there not to like?
Ukraine. It's they just permeate everything. So this is the United States and American people are not aware of what they're really paying for in this regard, and they've really and if we went to World War II.
Hold on, I'm just going to pause that because 55. Well, again, I'm going to, for context, I'm going to read out his message. I would say the Romans, Greeks, or Egyptians invented the camps, talking about that concept of like prisoner of war camps, working camps, work camps, death camps, depending on who you listen to. Like what you're saying, buddy, mate, obviously spot on. I say obviously spot on. I mean, it's historically verifiable and all that jazz. I think the shtick I was going down was camps before the British Empire tended to be like death camps. They tended to be death camps. And then the British Empire rocked up and started making them like working camps, if you might call it. They would put the fucking the prisoners to fucking work. Workers camp. There's terms that are escaping me right now, which once said will flood back to me. But I-55, I hear you, man. Like the whole concept of that shit, you know, raping and pillaging, man, that's no new. So, like, the one of the spoils of war, from day dot has been, well, the woman to pump, you know what I mean? The rape, that's part of the raping and pillaging bit. The woman to pump. And then obviously, like, the other cunts to fucking sling a ring around and make them do the shit that you don't want to do. For example, fucking turn out the shitters and all that jazz. Alright, hold on, man. Russian dude. Merchants of Debt, US. Figures. Right, mate, stick that into fucking plain English. Like, what are you saying? We're rich or we're poor or we're fucked? I'm pretty sure what you're saying is we're fucked. But yet again, it's just numbers on a screen, and that's half the scam. The world is full of spastics, right, Barry? Gagging. I would say the Romans against the Nears. Anyway, let's get up to speed with me. Oh,
inside Ukraine.
No, sorry.
It's they just permeate everything.
Somebody
so
with tattoos. Look, he's got a web.
The United States and American people are not aware of what they're really paying for in this regard, and they really and if we went to World War II to fight Nazism.
Yeah, if it wasn't for the people in the jails with the tattoos, I wouldn't know what this RT thing is all about. RT is pathetic, man. Right, and I know there's lots of people out there who love Nigel Farage, love Donald Trump, and go, RT is the bastion of all that's free and fair and battering. It's I'm not saying don't consume it. It's a good option. It's a different option, but it certainly is not the bastion of freedom. It's the bastion of fucking Russia trying to poke the West with a stick, jobby stick.
We got to reevaluate why we're continuing to support Ukraine, given this position and support that it's now trying to show to the Azov.
All right, does the timing of the lifting of this ban signify anything? What are you reading to it?
Well, I think it's a sign of desperation on the one hand by the Ukrainians and the United States to try and bolster morale. I mean, they are a unit, they are a fighting unit, and if the notion was to put this fighting force on the front lines and they haven't really performed and they want to give them advanced weapons, I don't think it's going to matter any longer.
I'm not going to go down a fucking
even when they were in Mariupol, the Russians defeated them. So I question the rationale of wanting to continue to support a Nazi outfit like this, because and the entire war effort. That's my personal view. Because the war is basically lost.
There's a debate to be had,
and to support the Azov just adds fuel to the fire because of the concerns that and reinforces and bolsters Russia's point of view that this is about fighting Nazism in Ukraine, and we're seeing this, and now we got the United States basically endorsing it.
All right. Now, canceling the ban had been a top priority for Ukrainian officials, who say that the brigade could have been more effective during the battle for Mariupol 2 years ago if he had access to U.S. equipment. Do you think this decision now will make a difference on the battlefield?
Look at stuff.
I really don't. I think the amount of equipment that they will get that's considered advanced will be limited, and also with the summer coming, you're going to see more of Russian mechanized efforts to bring in more tanks and artillery, and open up on multiple fronts. This is the key. This will, and no matter what weaponry they get,
remember, if you swallow the RT shit,
the supply chain
you're thinking, nothing to worry about. Russia will do what they're going to do, and then leave it as is.
Even if they are reinforced with more advanced weapons, it will be very limited in nature. But I think you're probably going to see more of a Russian
really going on
offensive beginning next month. So it's I think that we're gonna it really won't matter
economically.
How much more weapons
I want my fucking Kellogg's cornflakes, right?
In Ukraine.
All right. We have to leave you here now. Mike Mallon, former senior Pentagon security policy analyst. Thank you so much for your time.
Or something.
Thank you, Mike.
I want my cornflakes at 60
Now, from a member of the Ukraine Security Service, the SBU, said that the U.S. views anyone who fights against Russia as a friend of Washington, even neo-Nazis.
Want my popcorn chicken cheaper.
This is another manifestation of that very American policy. It's not even a policy of double standards, but this is our son of a
up on
and
your
we will
carbs.
support him.
Oh,
They all know perfectly well. They all see.
Right, number one, right, no, we all know perfectly well. Right, he's speaking fucking Ukrainian and it's getting translated into Russian and it's getting translated into English and they're bleeping it out. Are you having a giraffe? Are you having a giraffe? Hello, McFly, do you understand what's happening here? Oh, that's extra special cool. He's bleeping it out. Oh, he said fuck, cunt, or bugger.
Perfectly well, but since now anyone who is fighting against Russia is a priori a friend of the United States, even outspoken Nazis, respectively, they will help their friends. Don't be surprised by this. Anyone who harms the Russian Federation will be a friend to the United States. Things are very bad in Ukraine right now. Everything is real, from the economy, energy, mobilization issues, to the situation on the front. Well, accordingly, Zelensky's power is also shaky, really shaky.
I don't know about you, he looks like he's fucking missed a
with
fucking donut or two, doesn't he?
nationalist units such as
fat man.
Azov is also not very rosy. Naturally, the American side cannot allow any internal disagreements, misunderstandings, or even outright confrontation to begin between its satellite states. And that is why the American side is taking such steps, including to smooth out some contradictions.
DJ,
a Ukrainian
you're talking
NGO
about
with
the
links
EU
to the
being the
US
sixth
State
Reich.
Department has lashed out at senior
Now,
American
you can
officials
argue
who
about
have
it being good,
opposed
bad, indifferent. Make up your own minds, right? I'm trying to simplify what I want to say. There was a power struggle grab going on over the whole European Union as to where the city of London, how can I say this? City of London, nothing to do with the people of the UK, but the city of London dictated that we wouldn't be having a union when it came to the European Union, because they were wanting to move that shit over to Brussels. No, Brussels. German fucking... They were wanting to move the financial centre from the city of London over to the EU. And the city of London wasn't having that, and they gave birth to Nigel Farage. Nigel Farage is nothing more than a gremlin of the city of London. Like him, loathe him. He said something, I said that, well, I liked it at one point. Like, you're fucking fools. But anyway, you're not allowed to be a fool. You're not fucking allowed to be a fool, man. And more fool to you, but I just see it differently. It's like all the little communists running about and all that as well, man. They're saying what I want to hear, but they don't mean it. There's no fucking... I can see where they're coming from. And if again, little communist fucking thing me, it was the shitty of London. Objecting to, and I'm not pro-European Union. This is the fucking mental thing that people can't get in their nuts. I'm not pro-European Union, but I understand that the anti-fucking European Union movement is... I understand. I believe the anti-European Union movement has been fucking hijacked by the far-right Nazi fucking fascist cunts. And I'm like, yeah, hold on, man. I want to be a unionist away from fucking like someone, the Zika little fucking Hitler pricks. Is that allowed? Am I allowed to be a fucking Rangers supporting unionist that doesn't like fucking fascism or fucking Nazism? Do I need to even go to the memes of World War II and shit? I mean, it bamboozles me. Anyway, look at this. This looks pretty cool.
involvement. The Israeli side hasn't commented on this, and here is what the UN has to say.
We've seen some of the media reports. We've also taken note of the very public statements by the U.S. I think Central Command said that the floating pier had not been used in the operation by the Israeli forces regarding the hostages. I think it's only normal after such an operation takes place with such a large number of victims that our humanitarian colleagues take a pause, look at the situation, and hopefully it can be returned to use as quickly as possible from our end.
The Pentagon refuted social media and media allegations stating that no aspects of the dock or its equipment were involved in Saturday's military operation of the IDF. They added that an area south of the pier was used for returning the freed hostages to Israel without specifying exactly how. Reports say that all four, a woman and 3 men, were taken out of the Gaza Strip by helicopters. U.S. National Security Advisor confirmed U.S. assistance in what Israel calls a rescue operation, but gave no further details.
The United States has been providing support to Israel for several months in its efforts to help identify the locations of hostages in Gaza and to support efforts to try to secure their rescue or recovery. I'm not going to get into the specific operational or intelligence-related matters associated with that because we need to protect those. I can only just say that we have generally provided support to the IDF so that we can try to get all of the hostages home, including the American hostages who are still being held.
Well, whatever the reason behind it, bottom line is that the American-built dock is currently out of work. On Saturday, before the Nusayrat operation started, approximately 450 tons of food were delivered into northern Gaza through the pier, but the IDF attack stopped distribution. The U.S. military now say they plan to stockpile aid shipments on a secure beach in Gaza during a UN pause. And this is not the first trouble the multi-million-dollar project has faced. As you remember, earlier in May, it was damaged by strong winds and heavy seas just a week after becoming operational. President Joe Biden ordered the construction of this floating platform to provide an alternative maritime route for delivering aid to Palestinians to ease their sufferings. But it is actually difficult to assess its impact on the ground right now. According to official data, at least half of Gaza still continues experiencing catastrophic food insecurity, and the situation for a 2.3 million population of the enclave remains dire.
Well, an opportunity to stop the Ukrainian conflict.
Colonel Sanders,
Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban characterized the EU parliamentary election in which anti-establishment parties made strong gains throughout the bloc. Among those is France, where the Hungarian leader says a real uprising has occurred.
In France, which was the country most strongly in favor of the war, there was a real political uprising. The European election is an opportunity to slow down and stop the rapid war of European politicians. If we cannot win this match against the war for the benefit of the peace parties, then we will get involved. We will soon be tied in a war in Europe.
Now in France, the right-wing National Rally Party dominated the scene. Of course, you can see here National Rally with 31% in the vote against the vote by President Macron's Renaissance Party there with 14% of the vote. Now, this is all in support and being vocal for Ukraine. It has expressed concerns about a direct conflict with Russia and objected to making financial pledges to Kiev. Now, following the EU election, Macron has called for a new snap vote. Now, a media report has said that Macron has been considering resigning if National Rally wins. The French government has denied that claim, however. Now, the current triumph of National Rally has sparked mass demonstrations all across the conservative stances. And you can see all across those cities in France, people voicing out and saying no to the support and the voting of arms for Ukraine. Now, thousands of protesters took to the streets of Paris and the western city of Nantes to speak out against right-wing politics. As the domestic election is approaching, local political forces such as the Nationalist and the Eurosceptic Patriots Party are forming alliances. The leader of that party has lashed out at Macron, calling for his resignation and saying his controversial strategies have endangered the country.
You seen me.
The surprise dissolution of the National Assembly announced by Emmanuel Macron on June the 9th aims to sidestep the major debates that the country needs. Do we agree to move towards a third world war? Do we really want the European Union to become a state? We are at a turning point in history. The only way to force debate on these major subjects, to thwart the trap by Macron, who wants to take everyone by surprise.
Talk about this.
Meanwhile, in Germany, voters showed a preference for the Alternative for Germany party in the EU election. There you can see the difference in the outcome and percentage. And that party has rejected sanctions against Russia imposed by Chancellor Scholz's ruling Social Democratic Party, the SDP. And their members were quick to criticize their opponents, with the Chancellor saying that the public should push back against right-wing parties.
For everybody, that's my manifesto.
The result of the election was bad
right
for
to
all
think
three
it's
governing
meaningless
parties.
and
Nobody should be going back to business as usual. The votes for right-wing populist parties in our country
right
and other European countries must concern us.
Now, questions have arisen about what will happen to Germany's national parliament following the pivotal EU election results. Now, currently, the German government is hosting Vladimir Zelensky for a conference about Ukraine. Such visits have become a regular occurrence in European capitals.
Everybody gets a gold bar shit. Relies on everybody to back up everybody else's bullshit.
Contributor Rachel Marston
everybody else's bullshit.
The German establishment led by Chancellor Olaf Scholz is still recovering from a major electoral hangover after voters just picked the anti-establishment Alternative for Deutschland over Scholz's Social Democratic Party by 3 points in the EU elections. So what does Scholz do? Maybe decide to step away from the Ukrainian crewmates served up by Zelensky? Nope. Instead, Scholz is having Zelensky come in to hand out even more of it to Parliament, the German Bundestag, with a speech right after a shock surge of voters signaled their electoral preference for the anti-establishment AfD, which has made it crystal clear that they have zero appetite for whatever Zelensky's pouring, especially because the guy never seems to have his wallet on him when the bill comes.
Me moaning at my mum about her moaning about her pals.
As a strip.
Like, why?
And the sirens sound in several Israeli cities, including Haifa and Upper Galilee, after dozens of rockets are fired from southern Lebanon toward the occupied territories.
So, anyway, I'm going to do the off. It can't make no sense. Can on YouTube Mate, I have actually been around fucking YouTube that fucking long, man.
Hi everybody, you're watching Press TV World News. This is a live broadcast from our Tehran studios.
Very, very, very scary. Throwing a bottle of wine and a half Q. What do you mean a half Q, mate? I can't fucking figure out your fucking foreign muck language, mate. What do you mean a half Q? I got no idea what the fuck you're on about. Mate, have you seen the price of fucking wine? Fuck's sake, I will stick to the cheap fucking shit. A bottle of wine's at what? Right, hold on. In fact, I'm going to wait for a bit of feedback. I'm pretty sure fucking that 55 fucking Jake Paul will know what a bottle of wine is. I'm not right in saying a bottle of wine's like 12, 14 quid or something. I'm pretty sure a bottle of wine is about fucking 14 quid or something. It's no longer cheap fucking, it's no longer a... And I don't want to see your smiley faces, 55, I need to know the price. What is a bottle of wine now, man? 14 nicker? It's got to be 14 nick. Hold on. A half bottle, right? Half bottle can be in. Aye, can it be more than 16 quid? You can get a cheap bottle of white for fucking less than a fiver, less than $6. It has that. We have the fuck $11. That's not, well, that's not as expensive as I thought. 55 fucking bucks, man. But I'll tell you, man, the white version is cheaper and is potent and cheaper and is potent. Yeah, but cheers for that, man. So fucking $11. A bottle of vino. It used to be the cheap way of getting drunk as well, man. That used to be the kind of, well, half the jazz. A bottle of wine on it.
The military has admitted that 4 of its forces, including a commander, were killed in clashes on Monday. That brings to around 300 the total number of Israeli forces killed in Gaza since the regime began its ground offensive on the blockaded territory.
Fucking Abduls are just fucking doing with the fucking Abrahams are fucking...
Our correspondent Mutiaba Musaba joined us from the central Gaza Darabella earlier with an update on the situation amid the Israeli strikes across the besieged Palestinian territory.
If you're at war, you're at war.
As the Israeli occupation forces continue to decimate Gaza Strip with more airstrikes and attacks, and here in the central area of Gaza Strip, the Israeli warplanes targeted and destroyed a horizontal building in Al-Zawaida neighborhood, claiming the lives of 3 Palestinian civilians, including 2 children. They were attacked while they were sleeping inside their house. In the meantime, the Israeli warplanes also continued their airstrikes in Gaza City, whereas a horizontal building was hit by the Israeli warplanes in Al-Daraj neighborhood. 3 Palestinian civilians were also killed in that attack. In the meantime, another house was hit in Al-Jalaa Street. Multiple casualties left behind that attack. When it comes to the southern part of Gaza Strip, basically Rafah,
we can't even drink it.
It was the focal area over the last couple of hours after the Israeli occupation forces continued their attacks against different parts of Gaza Rafah city, whereas the eastern parts of the city witnessed fierce attacks of the Israeli artillery against those neighborhoods, targeting more central areas. In the meantime, the Israeli tanks opened their gunfire towards the tents of the displaced Palestinians in Al-Mawasi area, which was, as you know, supposed to be a safe area and a safe zone by the Israeli occupation forces since the very beginning of this onslaught of Rafah. And another house was targeted in the western part of Rafah city, which was also supposed and claimed to be a safe zone by the Israeli occupation forces. 2 Palestinian civilians were reportedly killed as a consequence of that attack.
Scotsman will end up doing.
The U.S. chip giant Intel has halted the expansion of a multi-billion-dollar factory project in Israel. The American multinational corporation's decision came just months after it said it was going to expand the project and pump an extra $15 billion toward a chip plant. Now, Intel gave no reason for the pause for the next phase and made no link to the Israeli war in Gaza. And that amid growing anger at Israeli-linked U.S. firms, the company has reaffirmed its ties with the Israeli regime and the region, implying that the decision was made based on changing business conditions. The semiconductor giant has been active in Israel for around 5 decades, with the opening of a research center in the occupied city of Haifa.
This week on Expose, following the massacre in Rafah, which resulted in the death of scores of people, pundits from all over the world denounced the Western media's unwillingness to criticize the Israeli occupation, particularly after pictures of beheaded toddlers and burnt civilians surfaced. Without providing any evidence to support Zionist assertions that it was attacking a Hamas compound, Western digital media restated the Israeli occupation's Rafah statement. And the All Eyes on Rafah
Look how
campaign,
stinky the
meanwhile,
Jews
became
are.
extremely popular as many celebrities joined in to support
I never
Palestine.
knew how
Furthermore,
stinky
majority of
the
Israeli
Jews
ethnic
were.
settlers, in
Oh,
fact,
watch
support
Press
their nation's
TV.
military aggression
Thank you,
against
Press
Gaza,
TV. You
according
really
to a certain
enlightened me.
Pew Research study, differing only in terms of the aggression's
I just
extent.
thought.
Stay tuned for Expose. The
don't know what I
truth is
thought,
just a
but-
revelation away.
Thank you for informing me about all these stinky Jews. Because I need to know about the stinky Jews.
All right, tensions running high in southern Lebanon, where Hezbollah movement is engaged in intense clashes with Israeli forces and sirens. We have had reports sounded in several Israeli cities, including Haifa and Upper Galilee. So let's bring in our correspondent, Mariam Saleh, in Lebanon and see what update she has for us. Mariam.
Yeah, shows a bit of foreskin. Forehead.
Escalating situation here in South Lebanon, of course, definitely not as it was in the first
phase.
Check
out that forehead,
we see
boys.
that the Israelis
Check
are,
out that
on one
forehead.
hand, launching a lot of aggression. They are causing massive
Never seen a
fires,
forehead
shelling
like it
areas
before.
that are residential. But at the same time, they seem to be incapable of achieving a clear objective, achievement here also against
TV
Lebanon. We
stations
see that, for example,
very hard and
yesterday,
achieving like
whenever there is no clear target for them, they go towards the Bekaa. So last night they targeted the Bekaa region. They even reached areas that are on the borders between Lebanon and Syria. Of course, the Israelis have constantly targeted Syrian territory, but this time they targeted territory that was within both Lebanese and Syrian territory, the town of Hirmel, which is also a very large area, and so that basically is taking things much further. So Hezbollah, of course, has been consistent in retaliation. The Israelis also, for example, targeted a house in the town of Farkila using artillery fire that came from Motul, in addition to other areas which they targeted using artillery fire and drones as well, in Aitarun, for example. So Hezbollah said they directly targeted, they retaliated for the targeting of a residential house in Farkila by targeting another residence in Motul where the source of the fire was. So Hezbollah is being consistent on that. One, the Israelis also in retaliation for the targeting of the Bekaa. Hezbollah said they targeted the 210th Division, the Golan Division actually, with a salvo of Katyusha rockets, targeting directly the barracks of Yardin, and the division which is the artillery division also as well. Hezbollah also targeted groups of soldiers and Natua,
God fucking help me! Shit!
Making sure that they mention in their statement
these people
whenever there
fucking
is
flying
a
carpets
use
and
of
shit.
land-to-air missile. We've seen that is
shall I chop your hands off if
but
you
it is
fucking steal
considered
my
very
biscuits?
significant. Hezbollah has been able to take down and shoot down UAVs by the Israelis, but now Hezbollah seems to also be on the warplanes and fighter jets that are also launching aggression. So Hezbollah said that once they targeted a warplane after midnight today, that warplane was forced to leave Lebanese airspace, and so that is considered, of course, very significant. We hear a lot of talk from the Israeli media and Israeli analysts saying that now Hezbollah has transformed places like Haifa as well, which is considered far away from the main confrontation zone, into an area which is also unpredictable. A lot of there's soldiers, there's people there, but Hezbollah seems to also be accurate whenever they target and hit precisely military targets, of course. And so the Israelis have two main issues when it comes to their ideology. This is what analysts are saying, and this has to do with the experience that we've had in Lebanon. There are two main issues that the Israelis have always considered part of their pride and joy as a military, which is one is to make sure that they commit as many massacres against civilians as they can in order to turn the people against resistance. That have backfired in Lebanon throughout the time of occupation, throughout the time of all the massacres that were committed. It seems to also be backfiring as well in Palestine.
I don't drink
the other issue
anymore,
is, and this makes them incapable of doing so right now because they know that
just because of the
Hezbollah will
monetary
respond by
thing,
targeting also areas that are perhaps civilians against settlers. But there also the issue of superiority of the air. If they lose that, then we believe that this could be the end of the entire so-called illusion.
Right. I don't know how nostalgic you are. I can remember.
Thanks for that update. Mariam Saleh, press TV correspondent in Beirut.
I know this isn't bullshit.
Now moving on, U.S. police once again clashing with demonstrators to the University of California as part of the ongoing crackdown on pro-Palestine protesters and campuses. Demonstrators marched across the UCLA campus carrying flags and fake corpses in solidarity with Palestinians being massacred by the IOF in Gaza. The police came into action after demonstrators set up tents on the campus. Several rallies were also detained. The pro-Palestine campus protests began at University of Columbia in mid-April, and they soon spread to other universities and colleges across the U.S. The protesters are calling on universities to stop doing business with Israel and Israel-linked firms that have benefited from the Gaza war. The student protests have spilled over
first ever time I've seen some cunt getting bottled was a bottle of wine. Well, I can always remember
the Canadian City of Calgary has witnessed another protest in solidarity with Palestine. Protesters, including Indigenous Canadians, expressed support for the cause of Palestine, expressing sympathy with the oppressed people.
So we're going to bottle some cunt, man.
There's more in his report.
Yeah, a bottle of wine, man. Make sure you get 3 fucking swings in you before you can...
Pro-Palestinian demonstrators gathered in the city of Calgary to protest the ongoing massacres visited on the people of Gaza and demanded their government take action to end Israeli war crimes. Featured at all of Calgary's demonstrations for Palestine have been voices from the local Indigenous community.
As an Indigenous person who has had to deal with occupation, I think it's really important that the Indigenous community stand in solidarity with the Palestinians. And because our colonial government stands with the colonial Israel, there's the parallels there of genocide that we've experienced that they're experiencing.
Prominent throughout all of the pro-Palestinian protests that have been taking place in the city of Calgary has been the voices of First Nation Canadians who link their struggle to that of the Palestinians.
That's why you will see Indigenous people at the rallies, because we see and get correlation of what's happening.
I'm pretty sure she's a woman, right? But
today in Gaza and Rafah and West Bank to what has happened here for over 500 years.
You might say it like
and what
that
continues to happen in this land.
That
I
ain't
understand
gonna fucking sell
Canada and Canadians are such nice people.
Any point.
Yes, they are, and yet we have a government that totally still supports genocidal policies that are directly targeted towards Indigenous peoples.
Not only was it clear that the First Nation Canadians present at the protest understood well the parallels between the two struggles, but were also there to deliver a heartfelt message.
My brothers and sisters.
These know. Oh, she's going to cry about fucking brown people in the sand dying. Oh, fucking great. Do you know I've been on Press TV? Don't believe me? Go and check it out. Bilderberg 2012, motherfuckers. I was on Press TV. And I don't know. The West, they know. La 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 la. Right on my game. I didn't have as big a stupid haircut. My hair wasn't even that. My hair's never been that good. Press TV rocks. Listen to this.
I am so sorry that this is happening, and I can't even begin to imagine what you are experiencing moment after moment, day after day, week after week.
You're imagining you're talking to a microphone hen and a fucking look at the colour, that's like a fucking milky. Well, that's like fucking Casper the Ghost fucking hand shit. So who are you talking to, hen? That area of the world's been a perpetual fucking kill zone for 40, 50, 60 years plus.
Week, month after month, I, in my own pitiful way, pray very hard, and we show.
Yeah, you pray very hard. That's why you've got a fucking Arab fucking scarf on your fucking neck, you fucking idiot. Who are you praying to? The fucking Allah, the Buddha, the fucking your vagina, you fucking no dry up? Oh shit, right.
up at the demonstrations. It's the least little bit that we can do.
Despite police crackdowns on pro-Palestinian protesters and the constant pleas for action falling on the deaf ears of Canadian elected officials, the movement in solidarity with Gaza persists, and at the center of it are Indigenous voices who share their pain with that of the Palestinians that also suffer under settler colonialism. Robert and Lakesh, Press TV, Calgary.
23-year-old TT, mate, fucking knows how these German engineering, man, you can't. The TTs back in the day, man, I don't know. I don't know why, but I wouldn't even say a soft spot, but they were just nice looking cars. Although here, hold on, hashtag Audi TTs, they were like fucking Beatles. I actually think they fucking shared quite a lot of engineering. It was basically a Beetle with a fucking haircut. Oh, hold on, listen to this cunt.
The first day of the appearance on TV, 3 of the presidential hopefuls touched upon their manifestos, which mostly revolved around economic issues.
Man, they're so fucking... Their production value is...
We need to amend different mechanisms in the country in order to solve the chronic problems that have been going on for 7 or 10 decades. For 70 years, we have had chronic inflation. We should identify its root causes. A president should know what duties and powers he has within the framework of the Constitution.
We can reach the 8% growth in our economy if we have stability in legislation and decision-making, stability in interaction with manufacturers, respect elites and those who have various abilities, and pay attention to their thoughts and ideas, respect producers and eliminate obstacles to production.
The motto I have chosen for this presidential race is service and improvement. People make a judgment about me today based on my previous roles. People ask what I have delivered to them while serving in the municipality and the country's law enforcement force.
Now, during our news review program, we've also discussed issues related to Iran's 14th presidential.
I would put golfs on a pedestal, man. Away for all the bull crap, man. They were, in fact, they're the fucking. They were the car of the Nazis.
joined us here in the studios to give us an idea.
If it was good enough for the Nazis.
In the past 24 hours. We
also have
with us Fuad Izadi, political analyst.
Beautiful things.
Mariam, let me first start with
I'm
you.
not too experienced in the driving scenario and shit, man, but I'm led to believe golfs were
hello
fucking...
to you. Thank you, Kava. Thank you so much for the updates. Now, here's what's happening. As you said, the debates
I'm
are
not right
pretty
in saying it's a
heated.
Beetle
There's
or
so many
I'm
different
tripping.
conversations. There's so many
It's a
different
Volkswagen, isn't it?
slogans. There's so many different
so
plans
golf,
that are being
so it's
said
all the same
about
part.
what's going to be the line, the path of the country
Beetle
following
was
the
a
next
Beetle or
presidential election.
fucking
So now we have a
Volkswagen,
lot of
wasn't it?
talk about the youth, putting them in leadership positions, basically creating more job opportunities for them. Decreasing inflation,
take your
that's
hoodie
one of the
down
big
hand.
ones that a lot of people talk about. And there's also plans, I mean, there's talk about, like, for instance, Mr. Pezeshkian was talking about how he would follow through with what President Raisi's campaign was also doing, that was improving the country in different ways. Like we had the different cooperation for different countries, all of which reduces pressure on Iran, makes Iran stronger. And, you know, with the whole de-dollarization and everything that's happening across the world, he took some great big steps, and the other candidates are talking about how they will follow, they will not let those projects be destroyed. And
it's amazing how
like
fucking
and all of that.
Yeah, I'm not too sure
kind of
like their agenda here, but
it's a feather in the cap of being like the car of the Nazis, in it.
Presidential election, which in essence is a snap presidential election. The question that comes to mind is,
it really is funny,
the government's headed by Martyr Raisi, this 13th administration, obviously had plans, business plans, all sorts of plans that were in motion, and then now that has been vacated, it kind of does that kind of box in the candidates?
What is it? All these
with the previous
used to be
things that were
maybe they've got
going on,
fucking Olympic rings in it. It's the 4 rings.
That may alter what was said before. And I'm talking very generally, but this can be applied in any area, whether domestically or even in the foreign policy.
Volkswagen, was that no like is that no German for the people's wagon? People wagon.
To get the approval of the Majlis.
Porsche, I thought Porsche was fucking Italian.
But the ministers are his ministers. I expect.
And Porsches typically have the fucking back wheel drive.
Would change.
Which is good if you can get the fucking torque done.
We don't have any.
But you need to know your then to get that power down, don't you? Otherwise it's
so they are their own
fish
they
tail and
have their own
everything.
agendas, they have their own policies, they have their own disagreements and agreements.
British
So
Army
you're going to
officer
see a new president in Iran in a few weeks, and that new president is going to have policies that he thinks are going to be good.
Funny thing is, the British Army officer that got the Beetle built after
and they're making promises, and it's their promises. It's what they
what do you mean,
are
buddy?
going to deliver. And
is the Beetle German? Is it the Beetle was Volkswagen, wasn't it? Or am I tripping?
Early was kept in an accident.
Certainly wasn't fucking aerodynamic, you know, it was all fucking fuck out, no knickers.
Having new presidential elections,
But it's a few folk are saying in the chat,
like
it's like a lot of things, if you've got a good heart, you can build it and run it, you know, a good solid
and then we have some other people
German engineering engine, whatnot. You can build the Beetle, you can build the Golf. The Golf was a fucking
same as he was.
boy, racers loved that back in the day, man.
All right, thank you very much. We have Mariam Azadchar here, journalist with us, and also
he's deep now, so
thank Fouad Azadi,
my
political
uncle
panelists from Tehran. Thank you to you both.
took the Mini.
And with that, we come to an end for this news review.
I know this is jumping manufacturers. He took the Mini and fucking rattled a turbo in it. No, I was too young to even fucking know what was going on.
Iran's acting Foreign Minister Ali Baghdadi has met with his Saudi counterpart Faisal bin Farhan in Russia,
the biggest
and that on
engine
the
and the
sidelines
biggest
of
fucking
BRICS
turbo.
foreign ministerial meeting.
He
The
pimped
two
it
top
out
diplomats
before
discussed
fucking
bilateral,
pimping shit
regional,
out
and
was a
international
fucking
issues
thing.
and ways to boost
And I can just
cooperation.
remember fucking
Tehran and
reading
Riyadh
this thing.
resumed their
And it
diplomatic
stuck a big
ties in March
stereo
last
in
year
it.
under
And
a China brokered
this will
deal.
age it.
They had
A
cut
CD player
16
with
over
a
protests in
fucking
Iran
anti-skip
against the
thing,
execution
so you
of
could
a
put a
prominent
CD
clerk.
in and it wouldn't skip.
Baghdadi, who is in the Russian city of Nizhny Novgorod,
Anyway,
also met with
fucking
foreign ministers
white
of
knuckle
China, Russia,
ride
Belarus,
and
Sri
a
Lanka,
half.
Kazakhstan, Brazil, and an aide to the Russian president.
Any one of these
This is the first
man
meeting of BRICS
fucking
foreign ministers
make
since
a
Iran
fucking
officially
stress you
integrated
put
into the
yourself through
bloc
driving
in
that fucking
2023.
hang about, man. That was something else.
At least 40 people have been rendered
Honestly,
homeless
it
after
was
a massive
it
fire
was
consumed a
genuinely
four-story
horrified
building
and fucking
in the
scary
U.S.
as a
coastal
young
city
buck,
of Miami.
man.
Mayor
Wasn't even
Francis
like,
Suarez
hey,
says
this is
the
cool. It
firefighters
was
rushed to
like,
the
oh
spot
my
soon, started
fucking
rescue
God,
operations,
man.
and they're still
This
trying to
wee
contain the blaze.
fucking tin can,
One
which
person
a
with a
mini was
gunshot wound was
traveling
taken to the
like
hospital
fucking
in a critical
warp
condition.
speed with turbos.
3
and all that.
firefighters and one other
Fucking
resident
hell,
of the building were also taken to the hospital.
was
The police
good
have
fun,
confirmed
man.
that a man has been arrested in connection with a shooting and starting a fire. Police have yet to provide further details on the motive behind the shooting
Dirty off because
and
it's
the arson.
been far too long. We talking pish. But 55 DJ.
And that's a wrap for this
hashtag.
newscast from Tehran. Thank you
Yep,
for watching.
It's a wrap. UK Motors, just the things she. I think it's just production stuff in it. It's the economic viability of the UK like Rover would have been probably your staple of the UK, wouldn't it? Just move it abroad. It's economics. It's sad but true. It's If you want to traumatised, man, just listen to that. There's some screaming kids. Pretty sure there's some dead ones in there as well. Thank you, Press TV. But I think it's scaringly economics nowadays, isn't it? It's just it's horrible. Of course, it's horrible, but it's just economics, isn't it? It's like cheaper to produce it in Taiwan. In my lifetime, right, and I like to think I'm still young. Those days are ending. But long story short, I remember things getting made in Taiwan. See all your plastic shite used to be made in Taiwan. Now it's China. Things change. Economics change. Like it, love it. If you're sitting there with a big pile of fucking cash on the roulette table of world economics, I know where I would be putting my money. You know, it's not through want or like I want this to happen. It's through the writings on the wall. This is happening. And unfortunately, man, this is happening is war with Russia. Although I would argue there's already in it. Everything apart from your soldiers being on the front line. I mean, for funding it, the Western military industrial complex geared up, rattling fucking all the apparatus into this stuff. The UK and NATO are hedging towards 2.5% of GDP into the military industrial complex. Russia's already up to 7%. Already, like that, boom, turning a switch. 7% of their GDP is bouncing right into the military industrial complex in the front line of Ukraine. They've won. Russia has won in Syria. And they've won in Ukraine. Now, what comes of that? Make up your own mind. Hashtag DJ in the evening, dudes. My dad had a hunter. I don't want to take that out of context, man. Did you report your dad's hunter to the authorities? Hashtag really bad, inappropriate sense of humour. Yep, DJ. Laugh and entertainment. Look, I'm not even saying that to be derogatory to myself. I'm being serious. What the fuck are you going to do with this shit? What are you going to do? If you look at it from an objective point of view, what's my we're at fucking World War III. Roll up. What age are you? You might dodge conscription. I'm kind of hoping I'm already implanting my glass eye and wooden leg to dodge the fucking script. So you best laugh at this shit, aye. I've got pretty. Please don't agree with my fucking positioning, man, because it ain't a healthy place to be. But at least understand them, take the piss out it or whatever. Stick a wee thumbs up, share it with your friends, family, foes, all that jazz. DJ Hashtag 55 in the afternoon, dudes. It was a car from the 70s, Kip. You talk about Knight Rider. My dad had the Hunter, right? Oh, right, a car for the 70s, right. See, I don't know. I read the comments backwards, if you get me. So, like, I'm reading the fresh ones first and then working my way back. Good hashtag, you going get battled into the day, man. If my haircut doesn't fucking entertain you alone, man, I don't know what will. Okay, so I'm out. Y'all have a nice one. I'm gonna go and film a hole. That isn't even as cool as it sounds. Fucking food.
Clips. And remember, citizens, always subscribe. Hit the notification bell as well. And $19.95 plus shipping and handling will keep you out of hell.